came home and was out later than we thought we were going to be running errands. So, I don't even have the computer on in there right now because I don't want this to die on me like it's been doing. We are working on the goose. And I got some fabric, so we'll do that. I did stop off and I picked up the wrong glue at the Hobby Lobby to have a backup of the quick dry, not the quick grab. So I got an extra one, so I always have one in my back corner. While I enjoy my tea for a few minutes, we're gonna kind of go over some goodies I picked up today. So I'm gonna bring it down. And I'm in a comfy shirt, guys, today. I came home and I was like, I need to be in a comfy shirt. And the shirt I was wearing got a stain on it. I thought I need to find a shirt real quick and it needs to be soft. It needs to be comfy. So that's what you get when you have fibromyalgia, is those wonderful, beautiful things. We also got our new tablecloth today. So it's vinyl. So this way it'll keep and prevent all those fabrics things from sticking to the other tablecloth. And that I thought, I didn't realize I got a vinyl tablecloth. And then I opened it up. I'm like, well, maybe this will be better because then it won't be little fabric things won't be sticking to it. I can just wipe it off real easily. So, and it's gray. I don't know if you can see, it's gray versus blue. So this way, and in instead of being blue right there, and so we can really pay attention. Fabric. A couple of things I recently added to my stash of things is every once in a while, sometimes, and I will add these. I haven't had a chance. I just got home to the fabric list and so forth. Is tweezers, because sometimes you do need to go and like that. It did a real good job actually. Oops, Ramoka's hairs. Or like if you're sitting with something and you got to pick up something, you got to have it. So I ordered one with 4 of them in there so I could give 2 of them to Christina because she's hooked. And I like the fact that it came with a straight and a curved one. So this way, if by need I need to pick up something or those little threads or something, I have the tweezers now. So I think that these will be great additions. I will add them to the supply list shortly. You all know yesterday Christina came over. And of course, I lost my scissors, not my scissors, my knife. And so I had to order another knife because she took mine. She really is tremendously, she's doing a beautiful job with Kinusaiga, but she asked to have my knife. And I said, well, I can ship one to your house. And she goes, but I want to go home and work on this. So she wanted to work on her project. And so guess what? Well, I had one because I didn't have one. And she has mine and I needed a new one. So anyway, that came versus that I have fabric scissors because these ones are great for paper and you shouldn't use paper on your fabric, but these are not. They're supposedly fabric scissors. They're not the greatest. And they've had their wear. My other ones that were pretty good broke the other day. So I've got ones on the way to us. So I've got my knife because daughter took my other one. So I got that covered. And I bought these. Of course, you all know we are working on the goose. And I think I'm going to finish the fish over on Facebook. And I got these because I had ones that I could have used at home. I have my tea, guys. Used here, but I played around with them a little bit. They were from Dollar Tree. They would have worked, but painted them like this green. I thought it just was too bright. I kind of painted this and I kind of liked it, kind of not, and it was okay. And I had these, which I thought would work, but I thought these are too big. I mean, these would have totally taken away from the whole thing, and that's all you would have seen was that. That's too big for it. So I looked, I could have gotten ribbon, but then I found these in the paper section. I will keep these and these in case I ever need them. I found these in the paper studio section at Hobby Lobby. They were $3.49, and I thought they are tiny enough to add a little flower to this hat without making it the center of the part of it. So I really liked the white. Oops. I really liked the white. I think the white will look really cute on the hat. I also kind of like the green because that'll blend in very nice. I love the rhinestone, and they have just a little bit of glitter on them. I probably would go ahead and Mod Podge it with a brush or something like that just to protect it. I mean, you could even use the pink if you wanted to, but I thought that color was really well. I love the way that they are sitting. I wish they'd had just a solid white of these. I love the way that that is sitting. It just sits so nicely. And it's there, but it's not the main thing. So we can either choose to use the white, but I'm kind of really liking kind of putting this green. And I was right on target. I wasn't sure if I picked the right color, but I absolutely did. I really like that green because it doesn't make it the center of the whole hat. It blends in without looking like it. And I love the rhinestone. So that was it. Those are adhesive gems. They're 12 millimeter, 16 pieces, and they were $3.49. We have some eyes coming tomorrow, so I will try those, see how I like them. So if you're really having trouble kind of finding things like this, go into the scrapbooking aisle, and there was quite a few options, but this one I really liked the best. There was other options I really liked, but this one I'm glad I picked it up because I nailed that one really well. So if you're looking for um, well, I'm finishing my tea so it doesn't get cold. I got, whoops, there's something in here. Oh, well, that's nice. There's like cutting utensils in here to do it. I was wondering what that was. Hmm. Okay, well, I will put this on the fabric list as well. I put the sheets of this. Hi, Bud Files. This is the 3M, but in a roll, and it comes with cutting things. So what is that? Making all that noise. And this is 12 inches by 5 yards. This is going to last us quite a while. So I will also put that on the fabric list. If you prefer to do it in a roll, the way we're going, we better do the roll versus the sheets. It's a little bit more, but it's also a little bit more economical. Another thing that I went and got, so I put it, was this, and I will put this on the fabric list. And they had several colors for this. It's by Quilting Bear, and this way, when we have fabric, we want to plug in our iron that we got at the Walmart, or I put one comparable that was on Amazon. You can place this, right? Hi, Sandy. Put this on here, and then that way this could sit on the table and so forth. And it's a silicone mat so that the iron can be on, it can be ready to go without have any, sitting it up like this and taking a chance it's going to fall down. It can just sit right on there. Silicone mat, I can put it right on the table, and this way it'll be protected. So I did get that. I think it was pretty inexpensive, but I figured it out. It would just be a nice thing if we have to iron any fabric. That silicone mold will come in really easy. So And but if you're gonna go, I'd say once you realize you're hooked on this, it doesn't take much. You can get 3M in a roll versus doing it in sheets. And that's what I did this time. I thought I was going to hit it with the roll. Another thing that we got from Amazon was, and I don't know how well this is going to work, but I just figured we're not going to know unless we try. Was for the back of, yeah, exactly. It's just there. This is for the back of the projects. I will also put this there. They have them in several colors. This is called vinyl or floral is what it's called. And I wanted to try it as an option for the back of I'm not going to open it all the way because we're not ready to finish anything yet. For the back of projects. And what it is it is the vinyl that you put. I'm not going to open it all the way, so you may not be able to see it too well. The felt, it's not felt, it's vinyl. It's the stuff that you actually put in for the drawers. And it looks really pretty. But it's got a sticky thing already here. But it's the if you have your jewelry drawers, it's for the back of it's for the lining the inside of the jewelry drawer. This is thinner than your felt, which I think to some degree is a little bit thicker than I want. I have several pieces of felt. I don't know if I'll ever use them all, but it is what it is. It only cost me 99 cents. But anyway, this is thinner, so it's going to lay thinner and not so thick. When you put that felt on, especially the stiffer felt, it's a little bit thick to me. And I thought maybe this would be better in a roll. I'm going to get a lot more pieces. I think this costs like $13 for the roll. Now, since Christina is hooked, I got the navy blue for her and I got purple as my signature color for me. Now, the one thing I would say is they had lighter colors, but I would be very cautious if you're going to be doing this and going to be using this to go with the darker color for your backing, because if it's going to go against the wall or something like that and you pick the lighter color, you can. I love that purple. That purple is really pretty. If you can see it, it's really a pretty color. Now, Christina, of course, favorite color is turquoise. That's her favorite color. And it's her favorite color. But I also wanted to do that. There wasn't a turquoise. And I figured out if by it just kind of gets some scruffs on it, some wear and tear, you're going to see all of that on the back of it. By using a darker color, you're not. So as long as it's blue, I think it'll be better for it to be that versus an aqua color for the back. And I really like that purple. It's a really nice, soft, pretty purple, but it's got some dark to it. So you're not going to pick up if there's a mark that gets on it on the back or dirt that gets on it, you're not going to see that. So anyway, this is much thinner than the felt. And I think it's going to be it's going to finish it without it being so thick on the back. But it'll be nice. And the fact that it's already pre-stuck, you could put a little bit extra glue. But it's I kind of keep away from the lighter colors. Just be be cautious of them because if things get stained or so forth, then I'm running out of room, guys. um, then you're going to kind of be in a position where uh, you're going to be in a position where you're going to kind of um, you know be in a position where it may get scuffed on the back, and then if at least if it's darker colors, you're not going to see it. Hi, Riches, welcome on in. Having my tea. Oh, you're just in time to show off new fabric. I did pick this up at the quilting store. By the way, in September, dangerous time, I found out that the quilting store that I have fallen, that I love, the one in our area, is going to have a tent sale in November. Woo-hoo! We'll see where we are by then, right? This was $13.79. It is basting adhesive, not permanent. I'm hoping that that will give it enough of a stick so that we can put it down on, if we're dealing with a thinner fabric and we want to put a very thin white fabric underneath, a sheerer white fabric underneath to kind of take away from the see-through of the other fabric. I'm hoping that this will be a temporary bond, because most of the permanent bonds that I'm seeing are gonna are not gonna be flexible and are requiring sewing. If we can put this on and then lay the fabric down and get it stuffed in, I'm hoping that that will hold it enough without bringing it up. Even if we had to take a little bit of the quick dry fabric glue and just put it on there on the edges just to keep it from, I'm hoping. I'm going to see if this is going to work. I don't know because I don't know what I'm doing, but it was $13 at the quilt store. But we're going to try it. Um, do not know, but all we can do is try, that's for sure. All right. I got some fabric when I was there today. Yes, I did. So I can go through the list with you. All right. I did some of their eighth quarters. And I do have a pattern that I have that I would like to do, our church pattern. So I'm probably going to save this for the church pattern. But this is the eighth quarter, which is still a lot of fabric. These were only $1.98. I mean, this would last you a good little bit, depending on what you were doing. Now, this will go with about anything. It's why I picked it up. But this is an eighth quarter. I mean, still, this is an eighth, $1.98. But this will go with about anything. It is so pretty. So I picked that up. But I have something I'm probably going to end up using it for the pattern for our church. This was another, and it seemed to be that they varied a little bit in size, just a little bit. This was another eighth, but I thought, how pretty. You know, even though it has the flowers on it, it is very delicate. Okay, and this all came from Country Fabrics. It is very, very delicate fabric. I loved it. I thought I'll pick that one up. Okay, so this was $1.98 for these little ones. But still, that's a lot of little fabric. If you were doing a grass scene, it would be perfect. This was another one I picked up. And these are all the eighths, the eighth quarters. This was also $1.98. Look at this. Isn't that pretty? That was so pretty. I mean, you could use this for a sun or even sun. Absolutely beautiful. It has a little bit of a sheen to it. If you look, it has a little bit of silver. So that was $1.98. And to some degree, you go in that store and get a little overwhelmed. This was another eighth quarter for $1.98. I thought it was very pretty. It has some busyness to some degree, but not overwhelming. I thought it was really pretty, so I picked that one up. And then we're doing the teapots for Mama. And of course, we have a little bit of Scottish thing. And I did pick up, oh, where was it? Did pick up one. I did pick up, by the way, Christina, one that she is doing great. She is doing absolutely wonderful on it. I told her today, I said, don't get discouraged because I said, uh, for your first pattern that you chose, I would not have picked that one for you, but you were doing an exceptional job. Gotta pick that one up anyway. Put this one over here. So, this was one that I'm going to be using for the teapots, but I thought that this would go very well with it and give a little bit of Scottish tartan to it. It's not our tartan, but still, this, like I said, they were a little different in their sizes, it looked like, but I thought that was very pretty. This would make a pretty part of the teacup, and I thought it would go very well with this. For the teacup part. So this is, I thought these two would go very well. Use this for like the top teacup and this for the bottom, but I thought even though they would go well because they both have the green. So that's for the teacup. I love this one. I wasn't going to get it, but it almost looks like 3D to some degree. It's really cool. And this was another eighth. Doesn't look like it looks like these are popping out. It looks like a 3D. It's really cool. Yep. And that's why I picked it up. I thought I think it may go for one of the teapots because it's her birthday next week, and I'm planning to give that as a gift. So all of these, this little bit of fat quarters, right, cost $11.98. Not bad. Good quality fabric. They all would lend themselves to something. Like I said, you don't have to go in and buy a ton. Look for these. Okay. So that's one thing I did. Also, this was one of the clearance ones. If you emptied the bolts, you got 30% off. So this one was $10.59. If I got all these prices right, I got $3.18 off. Really lend itself. You're doing tree, mountain, or grass vertically, or if you're doing this, would be very suitable for any of those things. And I thought it was worth spending. I thought it was a good deal. It was $10.59 a yard, plus you got $3.18. So for the whole yard, because you emptied the bolt, it was $7.41. I thought was pretty good, and I thought it was just a really pretty fabric for pretty reasonable. So I got that one. Um, add to the collection, I should say. Let's see. Okay. I also got this one. If I'm getting it right, I think this was $2. I got 1/4 yard of this, so it only cost $2. I just want everybody to see again what 1/4 yard is. It's a lot of yardage. I mean, it's going to take us a while to get through that. I mean, that water that I had for, and I was at Hobby Lobby, and I'm sorry I didn't get the number. This is all I have left. But, and of course, Christina came and took some because she was doing something with water in it. But still, we haven't used that much. And of course, I'd had a lot more if she hadn't taken some. But anyway, this, even though it's got big things on it, I think it would work in a certain kind of pattern because it's all kind of it's kind of muted a little bit. But can you see the sheen to it? It is so pretty. that maybe if you were doing a flower or something like that, it would go very, very well. Yep. So this is a 1/4 yard. I think it cost $2. I should, next time I go in and get stuff, I'm going to write down the prices just so you guys know what it is, especially for that store. Okay. Now, their plain fabric, which I could get one of every color, guys, literally, is so much better. The ones we got from Amazon are good. And they're great as I've been learning. If I'm going to get solid colors, I'm going to go to that store just because the quality is there. So they were about ready to close when we went. This is still 1/4 yard. Okay. And it's still, I know you can kind of see when I held it up to the light, you can kind of see through, but still, when I hold my hand underneath it, you can't see my hand. So you're not going to see the board um, through it. You're just not going to see the board. So anyway, this is 1/4 yard. I thought this blue was really pretty. I just grabbed it because I was like, there was so many choices for plain fabric. Their plain fabric at the store is $7.98 a yard. This was $2 for 1/4, and I think that silver fabric was $7.98 a yard. Next time I go there, I will take a pen and paper and write everything down so I know what it is, because the receipt was hard to be able to determine what it was. But again, their solid fabrics are really nice quality. And I personally got 1/4 yard of some kind of solid fabric. And they literally have a wall of solid fabric. So I could see what the quality was and so forth. And this is like a denim blue color. And I thought it was really pretty. So I got 1/4 yard of that. But again, it was just $2. But even if I had to get $7 worth, still would have been very reasonable. Um, Now, I've lost some of my fabric because Christina needed it for her project. It's fine. And so this is the fabric from Walmart. I still think I like it. But I did get, this is more of a cream color. I did get their comparable, I could not find this, their comparable white that has like a shininess to it. You see it? Now, the one thing about this when I picked it up is I could kind of see a little bit of my hand through it. But I did get 1/4 yard, and I think it was $2.50 for the yardage. So I mean, you can kind of see, because I can kind of see the goose through it, and that's where I would probably end up taking. And I'll have to get some very sheer, thin, white fabric, just so I have some. Hold on a second. I have to find it. Let's see. It's not white. Where's white? I know I have it. I know it was in that selection stuff. Here it is. Okay. So this is the white. You can see that you can kind of see the same goose through here. So if I was going to use either one of these, I would definitely take this and put this, take it very, and I could probably find very thin white fabric. Okay. White fabric, so that I'm putting this on top of this using that basting stuff. And then that way you're not going to see. It's not going to be too thick, but it's going to prevent the see-through of this. Um, so I'm probably at one point, I have a couple of these where I have the white kind of, where it's just kind of see through a little bit. I'm going to look there when I go next and try to find some very, very sheer white fabric. So if I need to put white or black or something like that, I can do that. But I figured I could put that and then you solve the problem and you still get that beautiful look. Because I really do believe that if you put this here, it's going to give like a tinge to it. It would work, but it certainly dulls it just a little bit. It doesn't make it as bright white. So that all depends what you want. If you kind of want to not as bright of a white, then you just leave it the way it is. But I will get more, and even doing kind of that same thing. This, I'd probably still go get some of this from Walmart. Probably about the only thing, because this is more like a cream color. But see, that in itself, by putting the white behind it, it makes this pop out just a little bit more. So it all depends. I would probably say yes, and we'll try that adding stuff, whatever it is. But this is the one from Walmart, which this is all I have left of it because Christina took some of it and we've been using it, and it's absolutely going to need to get some more of it. Okay. So that's Hobby Lobby's, or not Hobby Lobby's, Walmart's brand of the shiny stuff, or the shiny kind of white glittery stuff. And this is, and I'm glad I got it because then I could see. So this is Walmart. This is the Country Fabric Store. Very different. This is more of an ivory. This is more of a bright white. And even though in the Walmart, this looks much more like a bright white compared to this, it's totally white. So anyway, I'm glad I got it so I could see it. But at one point we'll test the doing that with the basting. I'm gonna have to go get more of that because I did not see that around. Okay. The next thing I got was this was on the clearance section or the bargain section. And this one was $6.50 for a yard. You had to buy at least a yard. I got all my numbers right. And like I told you all, do not go in and buy a yard of, where's my little things? For instance, let's look at, don't go in and buy a yard of this. It's pretty and it's nice, but you need to have a specific pattern designed. And I had it in my head for something like this. Don't go in and buy a yard of that. Maybe buy 1/4, buy a little fat quarter, buy a eighth quarter, but don't buy a yard of this. It doesn't make sense to go buy a yard of that, because then you've got a while for you to go through something like this. This gold is kind of like a yellow, but it has a gold tinge to it. If you can see, it has a sparkle to it. If it wasn't on the bargain section, I probably wouldn't have picked it up, but it was on the bargain section. And I think it was like $10 or something, or 11 or 12, and it was on the bargain section, but you had to pick up at least a yard of it. You had to pick up at least a yard of it. But for something like this was gonna to do a lot, especially around Christmas time, when we're going to be doing patterns where it involves kind of Christmassy with the gold, and maybe even Thanksgiving where you've got pumpkins and so forth, and you're going to need that little bit of tinge of the gold and so forth. Those are the things where you go, it's on the bargain section. I'm going to pick up a yard of that because that makes actual sense. I'm eventually, and I didn't get all the colors, and they were about ready to close, so I didn't get to go around and pick all the colors that had it. But it was kind of like a plum kind of print. I'm sure they had it in other colors, but these are the 4 colors I picked up. This is where I go and say to you, if you found something like this, pick up more than 1/4 yard. I just picked up 1/4 yard of it because I wanted to have it and I wanted you all to see it. I would say go pick up 1/4 yard, go even pick up a half a yard. And this was $11.19 a piece. Yes, $11.19. So I got two. It was 80 cents for a fourth of a yard. But this is where I'd probably go back and pick up a yard of this, of every color they probably had, which would last me a good amount of time. And I'll tell you why. Do you not see? Okay. We have two different colors. So if you're buying a fourth of a yard or you're buying a half of a yard of this, you are now getting colors for the price of one. So if you went and said, okay, I'd like to have 1/4 yard of this, I would go buy a half a yard at $6 roughly a piece. And now you have this color of a 1/4 yard, and now you have this color of 1/4 yard. The one thing too is if you are doing a project where you are trying to get the lighter purple, like the fish that we were doing, with another color to complement it, you already don't have to go through your stockpile and say, okay, I need to choose a darker purple that's going to complement or a lighter purple. You already have it in one fabric. You've got this and you've got this. Okay. It is called the Spirit to Create collection, and I don't know who did it. Maybe we can find it out. It looks from Gemini. But that is a benefit to buying something like that because it's two-tone. You have two different colors, and it's not like they're the same. You got a lighter and a darker. So I got that color in that, and that was only $2 and what was it? $2.80. I also got, and they had like a purple, like an egg, like this kind of purple. Like I said, I have to go back and see if they've got it in yellow and in orange, which they probably do, and that other purple and a blue. I just didn't have time to go through and look. I would have gotten them probably in every color. Okay, you've got this color in the gray. Now you've got a coordinating lighter color in the gray. So if you're doing something like a rock, okay, and you want to have a dark rock here and a lighter rock here, you have two colors that are coordinating with each other. So that way, okay, I want my light and my light. How do I find the coordinating colors? You got them right in one place. So this is one thing where I would say something like this. I would say go buy a half a yard, but go buy a yard, because you in essence have a half a yard of this color and a half a yard of this color. And it's just it's not too top for it to be something that would work. These are the colors I could find quickly. This one I thought was such a beautiful color. Look at this color. Oh, just, I mean, absolutely beautiful. Yes. And I would, like I said, I'd go in and buy at least a yard of this. And I would offer these in um, possibly in 1/4 yards or something like that to put in a package. Like I would put this for, right? Like for something like this, and this is why I picked this up, because I had talked about it before and I wanted you all to see this. So, and this is where this is called freespiritfabrics.com, but it came from that store. But let's say you're doing an ocean and you wanted the ocean to be this color towards the back of the ocean. And then as you get up forward and you needed a break in the ocean in order for it to go, to get lighter, you already have your natural break for something like that. Or even like if you're doing a little bit of a mountain, you could do a mountain. You already have your break from there to the sky. It's already there. It's already to have this, look at that, it's just beautiful. But you have your two different ones that if you're in a project and you're not having to choose. I know they had the purple. I'm sure they had it in yellow and orange. No, I've just got to go back and do it. But I had a certain budget in head, and I also kind of got there at 4:30. This was really pretty, where this had this color, and now you have this color, and it is really pretty. Now our church is kind of like a brick color. We're going to do my church because I'd like to be able to bring that to our church. But our church is like a brick color. And then in the center, there's like ivory stone kind of thing. It's like an ivory, it's like a sand color. Oh, sorry, sand color kind of stone. And I thought that that would go really well. This, I looked for like brick and I saw something, but it was the lines were more like straight. There was no brick color with it. And I thought I'm not going to need much of this, but it would be enough where it would have a little bit of a shadow of red in what I need, and then being able to have that kind of middle part down the middle would look really pretty because this is kind of very similar to that brown stone. It's kind of behind there with the red brick. So I know I'll be going back there before I start the church, that maybe I'll see brick, but I just didn't want to keep them any longer. I also thought that even that this may work, but I'm not sure if I totally like that. But it also has, we also have a white roof. So I thought if I did this as a center point where it has the cross, I could do this as the white roof. And then of course there's grass around it, all that other kind of stuff. Which the rolling hills, I would have to go back and find. There's like some stuff that maybe looks more like grassy stuff than what I have. But anyway, all the fabric I got, and you may think, oh my goodness gracious, she must have spent a fortune on fabric. No, I didn't. That because that was not part of fabric. That was just something I thought, well, we'll give it a try. I'll let you know if it works to stick, ones that are kind of transparent fabric. So all of this fabric, and I'll put it here so y'all can see it. This, no, this, all of this fabric, and not this. This was a Hobby Lobby find. And I did see other water there. I just didn't pick it up. So all of this fabric that we got at the store came to a total of $42. I think we did pretty good for $42, quite frankly. And this will last us a long time. We made smart choices. And I know things like this we bought a yard of, but this will last for a lot of projects. It may even work for the church project because it's green and it will look like trees. It's going to work for Christmas time because I think it would make a great Christmas tree. It's a lot this because we can use this a lot in a lot of different patterns. And this other were on sale in some type of bargain fabric. So I'm saying when you're trying to do Kinusaiga, when you're going to do for your pattern stuff, you're better off. And if they probably have this someplace, but it was just, I would have gotten probably fourth of this because it just goes with everything. When you're going to buy things in bulk, when you're going to buy more than 1/4 yard, I got the plain fabric because I just wanted to see what it was going to be like. This two-tone fabric, I would get more of it because you're going to do a wide range of all of this. Yeah. Yeah. All of it was done with the intention of saying, unless I had a specific project in mind, I'm not gonna go buy fabric. And there was a lot of things I could have gone, oh, this and this and this and this. No, I've got to hone in and pick fabric that, especially on the bargain place, the clearance section, which was empty the bulk at 30% off. This was the bargain section. Whatever the red tag says it is, but you have to buy a yard of it, buy a yard. If I'm going to buy things that I know I can use. I think this was on the bargain section. I said, I think this was only $2 for 1/4. No, it couldn't have been. It wasn't on it, but it was only $7.98 for it was $7.98 for this. That was really good, and that would only it gave me 1/4. So anyway, my point of it is, if you're gonna get crazy fabrics or things that you go, I don't know when I'm gonna use this. When you're gonna buy fabric that you know you can use and utilize, and get the stuff that you're kind of going, that's fun and that's pretty, but I don't quite know what project I'm gonna use it. Get it in smaller amounts. It's like, I don't quite know what I'm going to use. And this came from Hobby Lobby, but it was on sale. It was a good deal. I don't know I mean, I can see using this at Christmas time, but I think it was like $2 or something, or 2.50 or something like that. But it's going to be a while before I use this. If it had not been $2, $2.50, I wouldn't have bought it. I wouldn't have bought it at $6 a piece, because it's a good chunk of fabric, but it's going to take me a while to use it. So that's where you just have to buy your fabric, invest in your solids. Like I said, I could go buy every solid they had. And if I'm going to buy solids and so forth, I'd be buying it a yard at a time, if not more than that, because I knew that I could use that. So I'm going to buy solids more at the range of 1/4 or 1/2, 1 yard, 2 yards. And I looked down the bargain to find out if I had solids. Another thing to look for is solids with little tiny, tiny polka dots that aren't going to show up that much. You can get away with that. But that's where you want to really kind of put your money into. And again, I'm going to go back and probably pick up every color they have of this, because this, you're getting that two-tone complementary together, and it will be beautiful. So anyway, that's added to our collection. And like I said, they're going to have a trunk show in November or September. Lord help me. But Christina's like, Mom, we can do this now. And Mom, we can do this now. So anyway, I will add again these things to the fabric list. I got 4 of these, so I could give 2 to Christina. But this is going to be great if by chance I don't have any on here right now. Like, there's a little piece of fabric there. Do you see it? Picked it up? That little piece right there. And there seem like to be um they get it. Yep, it did. It picked it up. I wasn't sure it picks it up. So I highly recommend it. I got it in this size, or this one, and it came in a 4-pack. So I'll give Christina the other 2. But then it also came with the straight one. So if you need to do it, so that. And then I did order, and I ordered some felt for her. I will put this on like I was talking before. This is the stuff used to line the bottom of the jewelry trays. Yes. Bottom of the jewelry trays. Um, and so I got purple for me and I got navy for her. But this has self stick. I think that's so pretty. And my signature color is purple. Hers is going to be blue. So we're going to try this and see if we like this better than felt. I think I may. And because I know we're going to need it, I graduated from sheets to rolls of the sticky stuff. So I did get that. So anyway, my scissors are coming tomorrow. I did also get my knife back. Oops. Well, that's because Christina took mine. Well, Josh, look at this one. She took mine. She goes, "Oh, Mom, I need it." I said, "Okay." She's already called me today and said, "Mom, I've got more patterns ideas." Okay, well, I don't know how to do that then. And you'll be very proud of me. I made a dentist appointment. It's not till September. The lady did say that sometimes they do allow people to have people come back there if need be. So I said good because I just don't do well at the dentist. She said, "We do." I said, "Well, thank you." She said, "In some circumstances we allow it." Josh, I may have a little problem. I don't know how to do this because it didn't come out the last time. And they do have, I will put the, oh, there it goes. Okay. I'll then just slide it in and then you clip it. Why? Doesn't seem like my other one wasn't like this. Oh, do you have to tighten it? You have to tighten it. Maybe it was loose. Joshua, Mr. Blessed to Crochet.
What?
I'm having an issues.
What?
That's a Joshua problem. I don't know. I have a problem.
What?
Well, you have to kind of come here.
What? Do you mean?
Oh, you think she gets no more books?
Hey.
And we tried to get little miter cutters to cut the wood, and it didn't. So we'll have to get a miter box thing. Josh did find a tool.
No.
We need your expertise, that's for sure.
Give me a minute.
But Christina, guys, she wants to do a lot together with it. She's doing so. I'm so proud of her. And she's texting me back and forth with stuff, and it's just awesome. Look at hope my knife isn't broken.
You need a shirt for your assistant.
No, you don't need a shirt. Guys, he doesn't do heat well, and it's too hot in Ohio.
What?
It's not working. Oh, Mocha, stop it.
It's not working.
Well, do you see the problem?
The knife is not working?
Well, it fell out, and then when I tried to put it together, then it was really loose. I just I just tried to pull off the blade and the whole thing slipped out. I did, and then I tried to put it back together and that's what I, that was my problem. I was afraid I was going to break it. All right. I need your all's expertise. You're back. All right. Here's my dilemma, guys. I don't know whether to do, I did this smaller stuff, the, the, I did the leaves with this here and the green in the background. I don't know.
Good luck getting it to come back out.
Well, eventually it's going to have to. He fixed it. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. When we change the blade, we'll have to figure out how to do it.
Yeah. Then
It takes a while for the blade to go down. All right. So I don't know whether or not, how Mocha's hair gets on here, whether to do the green, like we have this green for here, and then we have the darker green for the back. I don't know whether or not we should do and flip it for this and do the darker green for the leaves and do the print in the back, or keep it the same on both sides. And I also found these at the Hobby Lobby. These were $3.49. And I'll probably put a little Mod Podge on them. But they are from Paper Studio. And look, we'll either do the white for the hat. They lay so perfectly on a lot. It almost matches it. For the hat to put a little flower on. I love it. But I probably Mod Podge it just to protect the rhinestone from getting damaged. But these are Paper Studio. They're 12 mm, 16 pieces, and I'm working to see about. We're getting eyes tomorrow. I'm going to see how those will work out, and so forth. They're just solid white, so they'll go with any project. They're 4 mm, I think we got, so hopefully those will work. But these are what they are. If you're looking for like little flowers, and I went into. Yes, I went into, so you go to Hobby Lobby, this is what they are. Paper Studio. Um, I wish they'd had more for the white, but I went and asked them, did they have a like a bag of bows? No, they don't. That weren't huge. So if you're looking for bows for anything or so forth, or flowers or something for one of your projects, go in the paper the scrap paper in aisle, and that's where I could find something. And there were a lot of different options, but when I saw that one, I'm like, I think that's the same green. Sure enough, I hit it, and I think I like the green better than the white. But anyway, I had these left over, and I was going to use this from the Dollar Tree, but I just kind of like that, and I kind of didn't after, and I painted it. That was too bright of a green, way too bright, and these were too big. These were like way too big. It overtook the entire thing. I didn't like that at all. So I was like, I've got to start looking for something else. And I found those and I really like them. So maybe that'll lend itself to another project. And I'm like, I tried to paint this, I tried to put glitter on it, and it was like, yeah, it would have worked. But once I saw those little dainty flowers, I'm like, those were the right call. So anyway. And I even had these left over from Christina's wedding, and I thought I could take the leaf off and put it there, but I thought that's too big. You know what I mean? So anyway, I just picked them up. They were $3.49. So I need your what y'all think we should do. Should we stick and make matching bushes the same way we did on this side, or should we put and flip them and put the green leaves and then the pattern, the this fabric which Christina stole some of this fabric too, so I'm glad I got that from Hobby Lobby. Should we go and you go in here, which is, I've got to organize this again. Oops. Should we do where we put this fabric in the back with these bushes? And then we do this for the leaves, or should we keep both bushes the same? You do the same. That's what I'm thinking too. Listen, I take your all's advice too, because I'm no artist. And that's why we're doing this. Like I was telling everybody the other day, and I'm going to do a video that says, please keep in mind, y'all, just because we're doing live and we're going and we're doing Kinusaiga, please feel free to. See, she was like, Mom, if you didn't cut all the way through, I don't want to be home, um, you know, trying to get through the thing. So, oops, I didn't do that right. So they did have a 3-pack of those tweezers on the thing too as well. So if you don't want the 4-pack, you get the 3-pack. But I got the 4-pack because I'll give 2 of them to Christina so she has them. But I told her, I said, Christina, I said, the fact that you're doing as well as you're doing, I said, you didn't pick an easy pattern to do. I was shocked. She will get you. Oh, she's doing a great job. I mean, I saw it. I mean, I was like, man, she's doing an awesome job. I'm so proud of her. But I mean, it's just nice to have something that we're kind of connecting with. She was working on it again today. I was just like, she's like, Mom, you're right. Once you put the seam ripper up, you can't take it down. I'm like, I tried to warn you. I told you that yesterday. You pick up your seam ripper, I'm not responsible for your actions. And she was working on it right there. She's doing a real cool one. It's with the Airbender or something with you know water and earth and fire and air, and the fire looks really cool. She's really doing a great job. She took some of this fabric we got from our friend, and I got to do a cross for her, and then she took some orange. What was that? She took some of the orange. Where is it? Can't wait to see it. She messaged me today. I don't know if I can find it. I've got to go through this fabric and organize it. She took some striped orange. But she took some of this, but I can't find it. I had it in the other. She took some of that. And I'm telling you, the fire looks really cool. Awesome. We got to do a fire pit. And she wants to, I did one of Mocha, but I have to do some more of it. She wants to go and try to do that together on a live so we can make our own interpretation. I just have to get fabric together for her. She's been proud of you, me all. I made a dentist appointment. I told the lady I was having anxiety just talking to her. She goes, it's okay. I'm like, you don't understand. I don't do this well. It's like, it's all right. She said, normally we don't let people back. It just depends on the circumstances. Hi, Arius World. Welcome on in. We are doing something called Kinusaiga. I think I'm eventually going to get it. And I was really encouraged when I talked to the guy at the fabric store, and he's like, yeah, message my wife, and we could, get stuff together, and maybe you can do a class here. It's like, be awesome. He said, I guess he said, they're doing some kind of class and they haven't had enough people for it. It was something about doing a jacket or something. I don't know. And he said, I guess for the lady, she wanted to have 6 or 7, and I think one person signed up for it. I'm like, I would sit with one person and do this. Well, yep, it is called Kinusaiga. What you are doing with Kinusaiga, and there's a lot of people that haven't heard of it. You're not the only one. You are taking foam board, which is not regular styrofoam. You can use styrofoam, but styrofoam, as you can see from this example, has a lot of air bubbles, and you can see those divots all over there that I pressed on. So styrofoam doesn't work. You're using insulated board that you use in your home. You're putting behind walls and so forth. It's a lot more sturdy. This is an inch, and this is one of our recent patterns that I actually have to go through and actually fix so we can get it up on our merch store. And you're tucking it in using a seam ripper. And this is one that we finished. We're working on this one. We're going to be working on a lot more of these. And I would be willing to come on other channels and hang out with people and do this. It has become a really tremendous passion for me. Like I was saying to the gentleman at the quilt store, I don't like to sew. I don't like to sew. I'm not a sewer. And I admire the people that can do quilts and all that kind of stuff. I can't do that. It's not something that I'm like, oh yeah, I have a sewing machine and I've tried, but it's not something I enjoy doing. We are creating our own patterns right now. Um, and we are going to be doing a lot more. You guys can put hashtag blessed in the chat if you want people to connect with your channel. This is one that we just got. We have to around that one. This one is free. First one we ever did. And so that one is something that will be always near to my heart. And that rose is on our pattern, and it is a free pattern for you to download and choose what size you want to do it. I can tell you my daughter actually came yesterday and she went home today after she took she raided my fabric stash, and she took the supplies home and she's doing her own one, and she said, Mom, I'm hooked. So it doesn't take much. It is so fun and so simple. And it's great for using leftover fabric. And but I wouldn't start. This is a more advanced pattern, I would say, for sure. Start off with simple. That's why, and I think the rose was pretty simple. Uh, we have the cross on there, which is not something that we did that recently for my husband's grandmother. That one's pretty simple. We're going to be doing some other very beginner. To let people know where they can get the pattern. Of the pattern. But this is definitely 100% our pattern. And I can just tell you, when you sit down to do this, like, just sit there and you go, oh, I'm just going to do this for a couple hours. 4 hours later, and I have found this to be tremendously therapeutic. Well, have a great night too. Well, thank you for stopping by and saying hello. We hope that you come back. Um, Again, you could put blessed in the chat if you want people to connect with your channel. But I find this extremely therapeutic in more ways than one. I still do crochet. I haven't given up that. Still enjoy my crochet. Still try to crochet at least every day, a little bit, even if it's just a soap caddy or one of our soap caddies. But I don't know. This is something that's taking over for sure, and I love it. Very shouldn't be yawning, but I am. Yep. Because when you're dealing with chronic pain, guys, worst thing you can do is sit and think about it all the time. You got to get your hands busy with something. And if you think to yourself, well, I don't have any fabric scraps, do what I did. Reach out on on Book Face to your local communities. Find out if anybody has. It's how we started with fabric. I just went to the fabric store in our local area where we're going to be sourcing all our fabric. It's an Amish fabric store. I spent $40. I got a lot of fabric. And just start building your collection one little bit at a time. It doesn't take a ton of fabric. Look at your Hobby Lobby section where they have their remnants. You can buy fat quarters and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't take a lot. If you have a family member who is a quilter, reach out to them. I'm sure that they will have scraps left over. Guarantee you. That they'll have scraps left over that they're not going to use for, um, you know, a project. I know quilters like to make sure that they are not wasting fabric, but I'm sure that they would have fabric. Go to your local, like our local craft store was making quilts. They're right there when we went. Well, maybe they'll have leftover fabric that they'll sell you. I don't know. Go to a class. Start off small. Make sure you're gonna like it first. But I haven't found one person that has started it and not liked it. So, and I I've been blessed beyond measure with this, more ways than one. And I thought to myself today, I thought, my daughter's never been a crafter. But the fact that she's loving this and she and I are talking about crafts and, she's like, we found our thing. I was like, it just absolutely warmed my heart. It was just like, and I guess it's maybe hard for people to understand, but when you've raised an autistic child, it's hard to connect into that world of theirs. It's just that it's hard to find things that they connect with. It's hard to go through it. It's hard to go. There was a lot of times in my daughter's life when she was just going through something and she just even she couldn't handle me comforting her. That was really hard to take. where you're supposed to be able to comfort your kid and you can't even comfort her. And I'm just like, because she can't handle it because she's too overstimulated. And you're just like, so the fact that she's calling and saying, can we do this? She already has a pattern. She wants to do mocha. The one I did one for mocha. She wants to do that one on the live together. So I'm just very thankful for it. And I'm thankful for my community. But I'm going to be doing a video that just really talks about our channel. I'm going to get it out there so that people can really understand. Because I know when they see this, they think, oh, she's doing another Kinusaiga project. I really am not into Kinusaiga and fabric. It doesn't matter. You guys have to realize that whatever we're doing, whatever Blessed to Crochet is doing, at the core of our channel is absolutely connecting with each other so you guys can connect and build those relationships. That's what it's all about. It's not about what we're doing. What we're doing is inconsequential. And to some people, maybe it's awesome to watch it. It's not something maybe that would ever be their jam. It doesn't have to be. We're trying to get you all to connect with each other because we know the power of connection and what blessings it can provide and how meaningful it is to people. We also know there's people out there dealing with special needs children and dealing with, people that elderly people that they're having to caregive for, and they don't have much connection going on in their life for one reason or another, you know? But coming into, our chat and talking with us and talking with other people in the chat, that makes a difference. I didn't advertise this live before I went either, and I realize that this is such a new art form. And there's a lot of people that go, I have no idea what this is. Because it was only started in the 1980s. It wasn't done. It's not new. It's not old. It's all like crochet that people. And I messaged like I was talking to somebody in the quilting world, Katie, Greenland quilter Katie. And she said, I've never even heard of that. There's a lot of people that haven't heard about it yet. So it's fairly new. And I hadn't heard about it till but I am so glad I found it. And I'm so glad my community is putting up with me doing it. Oh, goodness. I am so glad they're going, oh, I'm going to put up with this silly girl tucking fabric in the insulated board. Trying to get this to lay a certain way. It's not wanting to do it. Because I want it to be really clean between the two, and it's just not. We'll get it. And one thing that I looked at when I was at Hobby Lobby too was I looked at the clear glue. But one thing about the clear glue, and you can get it, and I didn't try it, was when you do the clear glue, then it's really hard to see where, especially if you're putting it someplace, it's really hard to see where you're putting it. At least if you have the white glue, you know what I mean? When you put it down, you can see where you're getting it, and it doesn't disappear right away. But when you put the clear glue, and you can certainly get the clear glue, they have clear fabric glue, is like I can see putting the white glue down where I've put it at. It just doesn't kind of disappear. You know? And that was my hesitation to kind of get in the white glue or the clear glue. Is when you put the clear glue down, you kind of don't know where you stuck it. At least with the white glue for a minute, I kind of see where I have it. And I see where I need to clean it off. So I'm not just putting it down. I stuffed too much fabric in there. And with the clear glue, I think you're going to have trouble kind of figuring out where you need to clean your edges off. That's my thing. That's where I was I thought about getting some clear glue and trying it, but that was my hesitation on the clear glue. I was trying to get this to lay where I want it to. I know, I'm being over perfect. I know, we can't be perfect, right, guys? Yep. I mean, you can get the clear glue, but then you're at least with the white, you're gonna get to see where you stuck it. If you put the clear glue down, you're just not gonna have it's gonna kind of melt in, and then you're not gonna see where you put it. That's my way of thinking about it. Oh, pieces all in there. I will put these on the fabric list. So if you have to go in for something, just the little tiny little pieces. I mean, you can stuff them in there, but if you have to kind of get in there, or I've had it happen sometimes where that's better, where you kind of like stuff too much fabric in and you need to kind of, pick it up out of there and you just don't have anything. It comes in all handy. We're going to be doing the whole thing, so I'm not worried. Sometimes you just need a little bit more like force than what the seam ripper has. Some of these little tiny little frays, just stuff them down there. I wouldn't even worry about them until you're ready to finish. And you can go around, and if you can't get them up with tweezers, just stuff them in there. Anyway, that was my hesitation about getting the glue. Getting the clear glue. Now, Christina seemed to have liked to get her fabric where she's learning and put it on and then measure it. I, on the other hand, did not like to do it that way, but I didn't start off with that way either. But she took the little pieces of paper and she cut it out to help reference her, and that's fine. I said, well, you do you, I'll do me. I said, and I kind of like, I didn't even bring the fabric over because I'm starting to learn how much fabric I need for a little space. Sometimes I have taken the little things off and actually like put them in, measure them out. Sometimes I've done it depending on what it is, and sometimes I don't. It all depends on the mood I'm in. She was doing it. And I did get this plastic tablecloth. I thought was a vinyl, but it's kind of like a plastic vinyl tablecloth. I would absolutely say that I thought about it. I thought, oh, I'll just go send it back because I thought it was cloth. But actually, it has a little bit of a grip to it. I got it off Wayfair, and then these little things are not going to stick to them. They were sticking to the cloth. And where I was going to have to use the lint roller. This way, I just brush it off and sweep it up. So I don't know what's on the docket tomorrow. I need to take out the what was it? I can't think what it is. The ground turkey. So we can make mince and mashed potatoes. I've just decided at this point I will finish the rest of the advent calendar this Christmas. It's too late to try to go back. It's been too much going on. We can do our weather. What's our weather? Oh, I did it the wrong way. Can't spell weather. Does it say our weather is hot? 82 degrees. Still too hot for Josh and I. My mother is perfectly fine. Us? No. It's too hot. We are winter people. Actually, I would have probably done very good in Alaska. Daughter and family are not in Alaska. I mean, my favorite time is fall. That's just my absolute favorite time. That's my favorite time. And I do like the winter surprisingly because sometimes if I'm really hurting, I can go outside. 102? Oh my goodness. No way. 102? Nah, No, no, no. And you beat us today. I actually find that sometimes if I'm really hurting, I can go outside in the winter and go stand outside and walk, sit down or walk around for about 20 minutes. And I'll come back inside and I'll be cold for a while, which actually stopped me from hurting for a little bit. Doesn't fix the problem, of course, but it has helped for at least maybe an hour. I don't hurt. I remember one time we went to the pool and it wasn't heated. It was very cold. I mean, it was freezing. And I went in and I came home and I went under the sheets And I was probably underneath her for quite a while because I was shivering a little bit. But I thought I didn't really hurt for a while because it just totally made my body really cold. And I remember talking to some kind of doctor, and he said, "Oh, you're in the wrong climate. You need to go to Arizona." I'm like, "Well, then I probably won't stay married because my husband would not want to live in Arizona for nothing. It'd be way too hot for him. He wouldn't want to do it. He would say, I'm staying in Florida or in Ohio. He wouldn't make it in Arizona for nothing. Be too hot." Like we came in today, first thing he did was take off his shirt because he'll be too hot with it on. He's not a person that likes the heat. But yet it's 30 degrees out and he can step out with a pair of shorts. He used to drive people crazy at my work in Florida. Be 30 degrees at the auto mall, and everybody would be all bundled up, and he'd walk in there in a pair of shorts and say, "You cold?" Everybody look at him like he's nuts. Like, I'll never forget. It was late. It was probably like, what was it? It was like, I don't know, 6 o'clock at night or something like that. And we had one car, so I think he was working there. I can't remember if he was working there or not at the time, but he was coming to pick me up, and it was like 6 o'clock at night. This lady drove into the drive-through, and she just said she didn't care one iota. She just said, "There's a pelican." It was a pelican or a seagull in my in the it had got I don't know how it managed to wield itself into her grate of her car, but it did. And she had this thing wedged in there in the Florida heat all day long. Oh, I felt so bad for this thing. So my husband and another gentleman that worked there got this thing out of the car, and then we brought it home. We didn't know what else to do with it. What were we supposed to do? We got a live bird. He was injured. We couldn't just set him on his way. So we brought him home and we put him outside. We couldn't bring him inside, but we put him outside. It wasn't, it was cool at night. Put him in a box, gave him water, all that kind of stuff. And we called some kind of service, and they came out in the morning, picked up this bird and brought it back to their sanctuary, and we got updates, and it did very well, and they were able to release it. But she left it in her grate of her car all day long in Florida sun heat. My husband and another coworker got it out of the car, out of the thing. We had to end up taking it home. I forgot what we named it. We named it something. Poor seagull. I think it had a broken leg, whatever, but they nursed it back to health. They came and picked it up. Some kind of agency we found in Florida that rescued birds and what have you. Did something with it and nursed it back to health, and I think it was released. But she didn't know, not even asking. She just said thank you and went on her way. I thought, do you want to ask about this bird that you've kept in your car? I kept my mouth shut. But I wanted to say something. I had to do a lot of that, keep my mouth shut. There was this one lady, and she was my friend. Now, she was not the nicest to everybody else at the auto mall. Everybody, the minute that they saw her come into the auto drive through, when you dropping off your car, everybody, including the service guys, would peel. I mean, they would just go in other directions. They'd go flying off. They didn't want anything to do with her. And rightfully so. She wasn't the nicest lady. But I made a friend in her because she came to me one time and she said, I need my car done. I don't, and she was getting all heated. I need it done. It was supposed to be ready and all this kind of stuff. And I said, well, and then she said something very important. She said, I'm a diabetic. Now, my husband had what she had at her time. She didn't have a Dexcom. She had an insulin pump, but it had the tube that went down to him. So I recognized what she was wearing. She told me what she was wearing. And I said, ma'am, your car is going to be at whatever time it was. And she said, but I'm sitting at like 76, 70, something like that. So I knew exactly what to do because I'd had a diabetic at home. I can't remember if Christina had been diagnosed with diabetes or not at that point. And so I just said to her, ma'am, what do you want? Do you want a tuna fish sandwich? Do you like a tuna fish sandwich? She goes, yes. So we were at Nissan. Across the way was Honda. Across the way was Buick. And I called for a valet. I said, the valet, go next door to the Buick thing. And I called the little cafe we had there and I said, I'll take I'm sending my valet over. Can you get me some fries and a tuna fish sandwich? And so I took money out of the till and I thought, even if I had to, go there and put the money back myself, I would have. My boss covered it. He signed off for it, but I would have covered it myself. I'd have gone and got the money and covered it. And so anyway, she came and she wondering if I should do that. Hold on a second. I'm thinking in my head. I think I am going to make that correction. We're going to do from here up. Yes, otherwise it's just going to be a hard cut. And then we'll do from here up. So they went next door. They got the sandwich. Trying to find more stuff like that. Got the sandwich and came back with it. And then I said to my valet driver, I said, "Go get a chair," because at that point they didn't have any chairs where I was sitting. And okay, and I said, "Go ahead and get me chairs. Get a chair and sit it right here." Because then I figured out if anything happened to her in the mix of it, she maybe if she crashed, at least I'd be able to be there and witness it. So anyway, she sat there and ate her sandwich, her 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 tuna fish sandwich with the fries, because she was trying to get home to have lunch because she was crashing. And telling you what, I couldn't do anything wrong in her eyes after that. She was, and she said to people, because there was this guy, he was an auto salesman. Oh gosh, Lord have mercy. And he spent like 2 hours with her, and she, just he was a mess. He was a very good auto salesman. He did very well, but he could be a little bit intense. And she got frustrated with him after a while. And she came to me. She said, "Now get my car," and this kind of stuff. And she just looked at him and she said, "You see this girl over here?" He said, she said, she's my little angel over here." He said, and she could yell at everybody else at that auto mall, but she didn't do it with me. He said, I'll never fuss at her because she was there when I needed her that day. Because I understood what she was going through and what she was having happen. And she just said, "You see, I will never fuss at her." She never did. She was the nicest she could have been to me. because I was there and I helped her. I understood what she was going through. I didn't get upset. I just got her tuna fish sandwich. And I said to the valets, go get a chair. I want the chair sitting right by me where she can enjoy her sandwich, but then I can monitor. And then if anything happened, I could be there to call 911 if I had to or something like that. So she didn't, she, and everybody came up and said, what was your secret? And I said, I listened to her. See, the thing is, when people are going through, when they are customer service oriented, there you go. Miss Mocha. Say hi. There's Mocha's. You want to say hi? You say hi to everybody. Everybody see her? Yep, you can see her. There she is. There's the Mocha. And a lot of people with customer service and people that are customers, they're not yelling at you. They're not. They're just frustrated at the situation. And I would let everybody kind of get upset and frustrated about stuff. And then I'd sit there and go, okay. And at the very end, I would just very calmly say, okay, have you expressed everything? And I go, yes. I said, okay, let's calm ourselves down and then I can help you. I can't help you while you're yelling at me. I can't help you to solve the problem. I'll listen for, I didn't take when people cussed at me. I wouldn't allow that, but I would just allow them to fuss and, say what they needed to do. Go ahead and say that. Now that you're done, can we get to the problem? Because I can't help you as long as you're doing this. You can fix it. And that saying that customers are always right. I know it's a thing, but it's not always the truth. Let me tell you, it's not always the truth. Always correct. But anyway, that was my. Oh, and when Christina wants to do this together, we're not, and that helps too. When you've got to pick up, I think I'm liking these bending ones a little bit better than the other ones, but I think the other ones will also come in handy. There's the flint roller, but like there's a little green piece of fabric there, and I didn't want the other fabric to pick it up and show it through the thing. But it's not always the case. I just say, okay, let's go ahead. Do what you need to do. Fuss what you need to fuss. When you get done fussing, then I can help you. I can't help you until you get done fussing. You know? That would often work. I remember being on the phone one time with somebody, and there was a gentleman there. He was like an uncle to me. He was like an uncle to Josh. His name was Paulie. He has since passed away. But he was so he was in his office backed up to where the cashier's desk was. And I was on this phone with this gentleman and all the texts had left and he was calling and fussing at me and he wanted his car ready and I'm like, "Sir, you do not want me putting your car together. I can't do anything till morning." It wasn't ready yet. It was in a bunch of pieces in the back. They were still working on it in the back of the thing. And he called up and yelled at me for 20 minutes. I was like, "Sir, there is nothing that I can do." And when I got off the phone, I think he finally hung up on me. When I got off the phone with him, and I wouldn't have answered the phone, but it was 6:58. I had to answer the phone until 7 o'clock. And Polly came to me and he said, Mary, he said, I have never heard somebody be so patient as you were on the phone. He said, you were so patient. I was like, well, can't do anything else. I'd have liked to tell the guy where he could go, but I couldn't do that. I said, I had to be really patient and just say, sir, I'm really sorry. There is nothing that I can do. Car is not ready yet. Everybody has left. The manager has left. I'm here. Because then I had to close my drawer and everything. So I didn't leave. Everybody left. I mean, there are people in their dealership till 9 o'clock, but the service department closed at 7. And I was back there getting paperwork sorted and till closed and all that stuff. And I'm like, sir, the manager's left. All the service guys have left. I thought there's nothing that I can do. I can let them know about it in the morning when I come in, but there wasn't anything I could do. He just yelled at me. I think being in customer service is one of the hardest things that could ever imagine. It really is. It's a very hard thing. Now, I have to ask everybody something, and I'm going to ask your thing. I know everybody loves looking at both views, which is fine. We can do that. But Christina wants to come live to do an art thing. Now, I can tell you that she's not going to have this camera that looks down to do the project. So she's going to have to do a piece and then hold it up and show you all. But I hope you will allow her to come on. And I also don't want to stop people that want to come on and do this with us from coming on because they don't have a camera that looks down. So there may be times where we may go live with somebody that's doing this with us, but they don't have the ability to have a camera down. They're just doing it. They'll have to hold up the fabric and show you. But at least with me, when I'm going to do it with y'all, you can see how it's done. So I hope that that'll be okay when Christina comes, because it'll be fun, I think, to do it with her. She just won't have the downward camera. So she'll just have to show you all. And we will also have to work a little bit with her because she'll be caring for somebody else. I can guarantee you that that little one will not be on thing. And if she surprises me, probably be heard in the background. So we'll have to give her some patience, and you know she'll have to maybe get up and take breaks and do things and so forth. But and I just ask, please, if she does come live and do it with me through here, that uh unless she chooses, because I know most likely somebody will probably be laying, if she does it, it'll be around her schedule when somebody's going to be laying down and actually sleeping and not need her. But I just ask you that if she does come live, please do not ask to see somebody. If she does not want to show that little one, that's her prerogative. I will not ask her to do that. If she chooses to show you, show you that little one, then that's her. I will never ask. I will let her kind of do that. And but I will just ask that, that we please, I'll just ask people to refrain from asking, can we see, the little one? If she wants to do that, then she will do that. If she does not want to, I don't want anybody asking. And I will tell my mods to please delete any comments that ask of that. So she comes live. You may hear the little one in the background, but I don't want anybody asking to see the little one. She chooses to show the little one, that's her. That's up to her. I will never ask. So We do have to be respectful of that. I would just ask my community to, and then I will ask my mods to, if anybody asks, can we see the little one, to please just very kindly say to that person, you don't want them on social media. And if she chooses to do that, that's fine. But I can't have people, I'm going to shut it down real quick. And I hope everybody understands that. This is not my little one, this is hers. And those are the decisions they have to make. And it's not against anybody, it's just the way they want to proceed. And I'm going to do whatever they would like to do. It's not my child. So, anyway. So, I will respect whatever she decides to do. But, and she was the one that wants to come live with me, which is, I love it. And I think it'll be a lot of fun. She just won't have the camera that goes down. So we're just going to, sure, it'll be fun, and I'm sure everybody will be respectful and nice and awesome. Wouldn't expect my community to be any less. But when I have, like, for instance, right now, because I have the camera pointed at Mocha, I'm having to look at my laptop. So if we do something like that, I'll make sure that there's mods in the chat or Josh is in the chat so that that's handled appropriately if those things do come up. Because I will be able to see it. I will be able to monitor it somehow or a little bit, but I just want to be respectful. It's a very fine line to walk. Because I would do things a little differently, but again, it's time for me to be Yaya and be fun Yaya and just enjoy it and let them have all the responsibility that comes with parenthood. I've done my job, and my joy is just being looked at and be called Yaya. Something I never thought I was going to be, because Christina had so many special needs. I was like, this is probably never going to happen. And God's like, nope, I have other plans for you. It's kind of like this Kinusaiga. It was like, where it has taken me and where I think it's going to take us is someplace I wasn't even imagining. And like I said to everybody, I had such a calling to do this. It wasn't even just, oh, this would be fun to do. I mean, it's like, I'd love to be able to do mosaic. I'd like to be able to try that. But I didn't I've had that kind of, well, I'd like to do mosaic kind of thing. But it wasn't something that I'm like, I had this drive to do like this. It's just, I think because it's something that's not a lot of people, it's just kind of getting a foothold, I think, a little bit, that a lot of people haven't heard of it. So it's something really new and exciting. And some people are going, oh, and I think it's really anybody can do this. I mean, I watched Christina just ouch. Mm. By the way, seam rippers are sharp. Ooh. Ooh. It got me. Let me just take care of myself for a minute, guys. I need this. Ouch. That hurt. Oh, I got me. I picked up the thing and it stabbed me for a minute. Whew. Let's clean off the seam ripper. It actually drew blood. Thing's sharp. But anyway, a little blood, sweat, and tears, and a little bit of what you do, right? But I just think that, I was just so impressed with Christina and how quickly she kind of got within just moments, she got it. It was like, bam, I've got it. I understand it. And she just rolled with it, and she's doing such an amazing job. And I'm like, this is something that very quickly you could pick up and do. And, you know, you could get a hang of very quickly. And I saw it in the way Christina just kind of took it. It was like, I'm not saying it wouldn't be harder for some than others, but just literally was like, man, she just ran with it. And I was so glad to see that. So it kind of somewhat gave me a little bit of encouragement to think this is kind of, this is kind of something that really is. And that water technique, I wouldn't use that right away when, like, I'm putting this glue here and I'm seeing a little bit of residue. I would wait till it dries, and then if you needed to take the water, you can do that. Man, okay. I wouldn't do it right away. I'd wait a little bit till it dried, and then if you needed to put the water, you could do that. But then it's dried at that point, so you're just kind of getting the excess water off the side. I'm gonna see that I'm gonna need to do that, but you can also take your seam ripper. But I thought about getting like I said, I thought about getting the clear. Well, that would solve that solution, but then you're not gonna see it. It's gonna fade in. Just gonna have to force that down a little bit. There we go, problem solved. I think I'm going to, I'm going to take the time to figure out, I'm going to do a pumpkin. I know that for that class I'm kind of considering doing at that shop. Because where he said is like doing a class in like November, maybe one in December. But if I do October, if I did a pumpkin for October, and then maybe do fall leaves for November, and maybe some kind of Christmas one. But I got to make it real simple. It can't be a difficult one for people's first thing. I'd have to figure that one out. We could do a snowman for Christmas. That would be fun. Like I said I had that piece. Oh, well. I said to the gentleman when I was talking to him, I said, these would make great Christmas gifts for people. Deadly weapon. Somebody could come in and do a Christmas gift or learn how to do it and then go off on the races and do it, you know. Chicken dinner. Chicken dinner. She likes coming in here and sitting with me. Chicken dinner. Chicken dinner. Chicken
Stinky chicken.
chicken dinner. Dinner. Dinner.
Mocha doesn't want no chicken dinner.
Here she comes. Chicken dinner. Oh my goodness, she's too funny. That dog is too funny. That's how we tell her dinner. Chicken dinner. Sometimes she won't eat her dinner until I go in there and stand behind her. I don't know what it's all about. Chicken dinner. I'm not coming in there to stand with you to eat your dinner, Mocha. Oh. So I think this lends itself to something that anybody could just pick up a seam ripper, and once they get instruction on how to do it, it would be, I mean, probably have like these seam rippers I could offer, like whatever you want to call it. And I could have a pack of these there, and then if people bring those seam rippers that are the old fashioned ones, these are so much better for this project because you're utilizing it, you're using it a lot more. That other one, when I used it the first night, a Singer one that was older than I am. And Christina, she has carpal tunnel. Oops, that's not going to work. I cut that way. That was a, that was a, I cut it way too, didn't go down far enough. She has carpal tunnel, and so she has to have a seam ripper like this. And I kind of struggle with carpal tunnel. And so, um, they've got one at Walmart I want to get and try out too, and I may want to try to give it to her. I did find a seam ripper on Amazon, and it's like $13 or something. It's like $11, something like that. But it's supposed to be one that's like a gripper thing, and it's supposed to be one that's longer. And I was thinking about trying it out. Can get this one where it needs to go. Trying it out, but she struggles with carpal tunnel. Well, maybe that would be easier for her too. But I would strongly suggest, if you're going to start this, go with one that's kind of like the one that we have in our fabric list, or get an ergonomical, there we go, seam ripper, because you're going to be using it a lot, and it's going to kill your hands if you're using one of them ones with the small thing, and it's going to absolutely kill your hand after a while. I was thinking about, I guess eventually I should go through the process of trying to review different kind of seam rippers. I think people know what I would bother with and what I wouldn't bother with. But that's at another time. Let's see. Give me a second. I don't know why I did that. That's not what I wanted. Well, I may not be able to come back on with myself tonight because can't have it echoing like that. See what happens. Nope, it's not going to do it tonight. It's just sitting there circulating. So you're just going to have it down like this for the rest of the night. I'm not going to bother. Maybe it'll let me come back in here. Maybe that's why it was doing. Hopefully now I'm back. No, it's not gonna let me come back this way. So I'm going to come back with 2 screens tonight. So anyway, get back to my story. So I'll start from, anyway, I was working at a hotel, and since I don't know what y'all heard about it, and so we had a PBX, I was the phone operator. And so it was a Sunday, it wasn't too busy. And there was 2 rooms. There was 706 and then there was 707. Well, 707 was the presidential suite. And so, I'm just trying to, you know, be a nice little hotel operator. And so it popped up. You could see on the identification that it came back and it said Reynolds. I don't think anything of it. I can't get the other phone to work, so we're just going to have to go with what we do. Cause not going to be on here much longer tonight because I'm tired tonight. I know I say that I shouldn't be tired, but I'm tired. I feel more rested than I did yesterday, but I'm still tired, and it's just part of the fibromyalgia. Anyway, so, I didn't think anything of it. I just went along with my thing. And eventually I went to my boss, who was at the front desk, and I forwarded the phones up to the front desk. And I just said to him, I said, can I ask you something? And understand this about it, right? 706 was the presidential suite. 707 was the presidential suite. 706 was the room next to it. So the person that was in 707 could have opened up the door and talked to the person in 706 instead of calling over and over and over and over and over again to talk to the person in 706 because they were in 707. And I just was like, and I mean, if I'm talking about calling, I'm talking about they were calling like every 2 seconds. It felt like, over and over and over again to talk to this room. I didn't think anything of it. So I went up to the front desk finally. I forwarded the phone calls up and I went up, which I didn't do very often, but I could do because it was slow enough. It was a Sunday. And I said to my boss very quietly, I said, can I just ask you a question? Who in the heck is in 707? I said, if they called once to talk to 706, they've called, if they've called once to talk to 706, they've called like 3,000 times to talk to them. And he said to me, he goes, I said, somebody by the name of Reynolds. And he just said to me, he said, you don't know who's in 707 or 706? I said, no. There's somebody wants, or 707 just wanted me to talk to 707. Somebody in 707 wants to really talk to somebody in 706. So he just said to me very nicely, he said, have you ever heard of Demi Reynolds? And I said, yeah. He said, that's who's in 707. So I said to him, because it was slow enough, I said, can I stay out here? Because it was checkout time, so she was going to be checking out at 7:07. And I said, can I stay out here so I can at least see her walk by? I couldn't ask for her autograph. I'd have loved to have been able to ask for her autograph, and asked if I could have had her autograph. And I'd given it to my grandmother. Because growing up, my grandmother was very much of making sure that I saw things like Singing in the Rain, and if I watched Unsinkable Molly Brown more than, I saw it a lot and heard it, and she was making sure that this girl knew who Johnny Mathis was and all of these people. And I said to her, I said, can I, and so he let me stay up there till she checked out. And she walked by, she said, his name was Steven, he was a great manager. And he said, so I walked by, I got to see her walk by the front desk. I didn't get to meet her, but I got to see her. She said, bye, Steven. But apparently the night before, she had been in the hotel lobby and had bought people drinks and gone down to the bar, and she was, there was a Coral Springs Performing Arts, and she had performed there on like Saturday or something. She had bought people drinks and sat down in the bar and talked to people and everything. They said she was very nice. And I was like, I thought that was really cool that I got to see her walk by. Of course, we didn't have cameras. I wish I had a camera or something, but it was pretty cool. I got to see her. I got to talk to her over and over again. I didn't realize I was talking to Debbie Reynolds. And I was so surprised that, they hadn't hid her name from the thing. They hadn't given her a fake name so that people didn't know. It was just Debbie Reynolds. I was so surprised. I was like, I never would have thought of that it was actually her. I just thought it was, Reynolds. That was actually Debbie Reynolds. So, anyway. Let me see if I can see the comments. I thought it was really cool. I got to meet her. I got to at least see her. I didn't get to meet her, but I got to see her. But my boss, when I was working, I didn't know of course, I'd never done PBX operator in my life. I didn't know what it was, and there was a job opening for it. And that same boss said to me very nicely, so just so you know, he said, you had the job before you even walked in the door. He said, I knew the minute I talked to you on the phone, you had the perfect voice. And he said, I knew that I was going to hire you right on the spot. He said, you already had the job before you walked in the door. He said, just because of the way you interacted with me on the phone. He said, you had the job. And my name was, of course, my name is Mary. But he found out what my middle name was, which I'm not going to do on here, guys, just for privacy reasons. Love y'all, but I'm just not going to do it. Anyway, he found out what my middle name was, and even though I don't go by that very often, except for one person, but that's because we both have the same first name. And when we were growing up, she is my godmother's grandchild. And so, we both had the same name. So whenever anybody would ask us for one, the other one would look around. So we both had the same name. They both used both of our. She's called by both of her names, but we call each other by our first. And she uses, when she talks to me, she calls me by my middle name, which doesn't happen very often. And it was so funny. I was on the phone with her one day. She goes, why did we always do that? I said, because you're Mary something and I'm Mary something. And so if my grandparents or your grandparents had called us, we wouldn't have known who in the heck they were trying to get a hold of or they were talking to. Oh, well, that makes sense. I said, that's why. I said, so that when we were over at your house together, or you were over at my grandparents' house, I said, we always, they always knew if they said, Mary, and they'd use our middle names, that way they knew who they were talking to. And she goes, oh, that makes sense. I'm like, yep. That's the only person that calls me that. But anyway, but he found out my middle name, and I guess his sister was named that. His sister was Mary something with the same middle name as me. And so he just said to me, he goes, that's it, you're that. He said, my sister's named that. And he goes, I'll call you that. So I was known as that for a very long time, because he very much wanted. It's like, I'm gonna call. He wouldn't call me just by my regular. He called me by that because his sister was called that. So anyway, that's kind of what he said to me. He said, you had that job from day one. He said, because he said you were so good on the phone when I talked to you. He said, I knew that's, can't get this piece down. It's gonna go down, it's just I gotta finagle it. So you were gonna have it because I was gonna make sure that you had the job. Because you were so good when I called you and talked to you on the phone. He said you had just that voice that just lent itself to that. And I'm telling you, I remember thinking I'm never gonna get it. And I got it. I learned it. To the point where I literally had, just too much fabric stuff in there. I literally had all of the extensions at that hotel known in my head. So we had a cheat sheet that we could go by because there was a lot. And I was able to do it, so I had all the extensions in my head memorized. I didn't have to look at the sheet very much. Always been good with that, remembering phone numbers and numbers like that. And so I was there for about 6 years. I worked back in the restaurant one time. I worked concierge on you're not going to want to do that, do you? You don't want to do that, huh? It's just not going to work there. I keep trying it, and it's just, let's do another piece. It's just not going to work. I worked concierge. I tried to go in for hotel management, and I didn't get that. I was trying to get my degree in hotel management because I really wanted to work in sales, but that never happened. But so I tried. I actually, at one point, my dream was, and whether I could have ever accomplished it or not, was to be able to be in a position to like get a bed, like have a bed and breakfast, which I think I would have been very good at because I love people and I love meeting people, and I've never met a stranger like my dad. And I would have really enjoyed having like a bed and breakfast, and being able to run it. But I really wanted to be in sales and plan parties, and that's what I wanted to do. Didn't work out, but I wanted to do that. God had other plans. But I was at the hotel for 6 years. And then we got another boss, and him and I just did not see eye to eye. He was not. I had my one boss leave, and he moved back to Washington. But he was just not, this new guy that came in, he was just not very good. I remember one time I called him, and I got written up for it too. We had by where my parents lived, we had this bit of land clearing, okay? And I was really having some asthma issues. I mean, some pretty significant, where I was having trouble breathing. And I called him up and I said, listen, it was, it wasn't, I couldn't give him any kind of notice. I just had to call him up and say, I'm on the way to the hospital. I cannot breathe. I'm having some difficulty with my asthma. I just cannot get enough air in me. And so I said, I have to go to the hospital and see what they can do, because I said, I'm really having trouble breathing. And he wrote me up because I didn't give him enough warning that I couldn't come into work because I couldn't breathe. Well, if you can make sense of that, I'll be the first one to give you a $5 bill. And he wrote me up because I didn't give him enough notice. And I was like, oh, okay. I can't breathe. My mother's taking me to the emergency room and driving me. I cannot get enough air down my thing. Because I didn't call up and give him enough notice, he wrote me up. I didn't understand that one. Couldn't understand it. It didn't make any sense whatsoever. I said, I got the hospital thing. Oh, that wasn't good enough. Yep. He wanted me out of there. He didn't like me. We did not get on the nicest. He just didn't care for me, and he wanted me out of there. And but it was absolutely ridiculous. And I remember when I left there, I'd been there for 6 years. I had gotten very good, write out, or very, excellent reviews and all that kind of stuff on stuff. When I left there, and it was really upsetting to me, and the front desk manager didn't like me either, because he didn't care for me either. He was a doozy. And anyway, we would get these calls in, that were supposedly recorded, and they were from the company, the hotel chain, and they were just calls to make sure that people were doing what they were supposed to do. Well, I got blamed for a bad call that happened because it was done by, it was done because I transferred them. I remembered the call and I tried to tell my boss it. He didn't want to hear it. And I transferred the call back to room service. Well, room service was supposed to take down the order and so forth, or kitchen, I can't remember. And so apparently something happened. Somebody in the back said to them, I don't have time for this. I can't remember what it was. But I got blamed for it, even though I didn't have a thing to do with it. I didn't cause it. I didn't do it. Somebody in the back did not treat the phone call like they should have, and I got stuck with it. I got blamed for it, even though I didn't do it, and it wasn't my fault, but I got in trouble for it. So I didn't have a leg to stand on. And so they just kind of gave me a thing, and they said, well, either, and I don't think we had a human resource person at the time. I think we had let her research, like if I'd had a human resource person that knew me, it'd been different, but they didn't enough to give me a little bit of, that's not something she would have done, because it wouldn't have been, that's not me. I don't care what it is. It's not. And, but anyway, and they gave me kind of like a little bit of an ultimatum. And they said, well, you've got two choices. Either, you walk out and go on your own accord, or you, and leave, and so forth. And we'll give you good standing and all that kind of stuff in your 2 weeks thing. I was still, Josh and I weren't married yet. I was still trying to take care of a kid on my own and by myself because her biological father wasn't in her life. It was on me to take care of her. And so I left in tears. I walked out. I'll never forget it. And the boss that was just, he was a jerk. I'm sorry, but he was. I don't clock people that very often, but he was. I don't know what happened to my white thing. There it is. And anyway, so he was there, and he came out as I'm leaving. And it was awful funny how he made sure I had 2 weeks worth of pay. And he came out and he goes, I'm sorry this had to happen and all this kind of stuff. But he made sure I had 2 weeks worth of pay. I had all my vacation time. It was just really funny. You know what I mean? That the way it all came out. He came out and he goes, I'm really sorry this had to happen and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, you just wanted me gone. That's what you wanted. And I said, you got your wish. You got me gone. And, but, I mean, what was I supposed to do? I can't breathe, and you want me to call you 2 hours before I need to come to work? I'm on my way to the hospital, and you want me to have some kind of notification to you before? Yeah, right. He was a freaking moron. Sorry, but he was. Even with the proof from the hospital, I had from the hospital thing, I was in the hospital, he didn't want to hear it. I mean, that's just stupid. I mean, I remember Christina was probably about 4 or 5 years old. And she had, I said to her, Christina, I was trying to get her ready to go to ballet class and all this kind of stuff. And I said to her, I'm going out. I think I had to go out and get her ballet outfit out in the garage, right? And so I said, and Christina, mind you, was on the spectrum. So when she would come, okay, we're going to be heading off here pretty soon. She was on the spectrum, so she would often go looking for me, right? She would, hi Paula, she would come in. You guys could put hashtag blessed in the chat if you want people to connect with your channels. She would often come looking for me, and she was in the shower. She was fine. She was 5 years old. I'll be back in just a second. So we had tile floor in the house. And so I went in the garage. I got what I needed to, came back through, and sure enough, I come through, and all of a sudden, I am walking one minute and down on the floor the next. She had stepped out of the shower and dribbled water on the floor. Okay. And I'm sorry, guys. I usually have 2 cameras, but unfortunately, I cannot get the second one working again tonight, and I'm not going to restart this live to do it. So, anyway, so she came through. I came through, and I'm thinking to myself, okay. And I start walking. I slip on the tile floor, and I go down inches away. And I had just taught her. She was like 5 years old. We were teaching her how to dial 911. And I'm like, if I had cracked my head open, then she could have called 911, and we would at least have taught her to. So anyway, I'm on the floor at this point. I went down and I'm thinking I had to be at work at like, an hour. I had to call my boss, and it's a boss I really liked, and it was his last day there. It was so like sad that I missed him. Say goodbye. So I'm on the floor at this point, and I'm thinking I can't get up. And all I heard as I was going down was crack. And I'm like, I can't move. I can't get up. So I said to Christina, I said, go get Mama a pillow, and you got to go get me the phone. I thank God I didn't go close enough to the dresser to crack my head open. I said, you got to get Mama the phone. You got to get me a pillow, and so forth. So she did all those. And so she brought me a phone book to put under my head. And that we had a little toy poodle. She's going crazy. So I just dialed, for some reason, our neighbor. So I had her on speed dial. I had her from the last number that we dialed. So anyway, I called her and I said, Maria, you've got to come over here. I need your help. I've fallen. I cannot get up. The shower's running. My daughter's running around naked. I said, the dog's going crazy. And I said, I literally cannot get up off this floor. I just can't. So I called Maria. She came next door to help turn the water off, get Christina in something. And then I called my mother, who was at work, and I said, Mom, you're going to have to leave work right now. I cannot get up off the floor. Explain what I did. I'm trying to keep my cool and my calmness because my daughter, I don't want her to flip out. The mama's hurt, and so forth. And so I'm on the tile floor, and I was there for about an hour. I didn't want to call the paramedics without my mother home to be able to handle my daughter. So, and I just knew I couldn't get off the floor. I knew my mother couldn't get me off the floor. And I just knew that I had heard a crack going down. When I went down, I heard crack. And I thought, I can't get up off this floor. So Maria turned the water off. She got Christina dressed in something. And, she got her taken care of. And I called my mother, called my work, talked to my boss, told him what happened. I said, I'm on the floor. I literally cannot get up. And so at this point, my mother finally got to the house. And so she called the paramedics to come help because I'm like, I can't get off the floor, Mom. And you can't help me. I literally, my whole body from my legs down was not working. And at this point, I've probably been on the floor, on the tile floor, for about a half an hour. So what's happening at this point is I'm starting to shiver and go into shock because I'm cold and I'm in pain and I'm on the floor. So I didn't know what I did. I just know it was unbelievably painful, but I kept my cool because I didn't want to work. I didn't want to scare my kid. She's only 5. And I didn't know at the time she was on the spectrum. We hadn't found out that till later, but I knew that, I didn't want to scare her. So my mom came home. She handled my daughter. Paramedics showed up. They helped me off the floor. Got me on the gurney, got me in the ambulance, got me to the hospital, and so forth. And so then we went back to x-ray. Oh, that was a lot of fun. Woo! Yeah, right. So the x-ray people, when they said, oh, you just have to lay on your back. Oh, God, Lord have mercy. I was just in tears. And so the ER doctor came to see me, after they got the results. He said, ma'am, he said, I have never, in my entire time that I have ever been an ER doctor, ever seen a cleaner broken tailbone in my life. And he said, you got the prize. I'm like, that's not a prize I'd want. So I had broken my tailbone clean across. It was perfectly straight. It was clean. There was nothing they could do for it, of course, because you can't do anything for the broken tailbone but heal it. Just give it time to heal. And so my mom had to go get me a donut. It was horrible. It was so painful. Oh. I'm very thankful I didn't crack my head open on the darn dresser. but I would never wish a broken tailbone on anybody. I'd call my job and tell them I couldn't come in, take a couple weeks off, because you break your tailbone and you don't think that thing does anything, but it does help you. And so anyway, I had to get a pick 'em up stick when I went back to work because I couldn't bend. You just can't bend, and your whole backside's swollen because it's broken. I remember going to the doctor. I went to the doctor for, a little bit of time, because I needed pain medicine just to be able to handle the pain. It was so painful. And so forth. And of course to get notes for work because I couldn't go back to work right away. And he just looked at me and the most serious expression on his face. I couldn't believe he said it to me. And he just said to me, very nonchalantly, by the way. And he just said to me, he's talking to things I could do to help me deal with this broken tailbone. And he just said to me very calmly, he said, people in your condition, let me just tell you about that one. People in your condition, they find it helpful to sometimes go get in a warm tub. And I took a moment, and then I looked at him in the most crazy expression on my face. And I said to him, you have got to be kidding me. He goes, why do you say that? I said, doctor, it took 3 paramedics to get me off the dang on floor. I said, it's going to take 10 of them to get me out of a bathtub. I said, you're going into a bathtub with a broken tailbone, a hard bathtub. Bathtubs are not soft. To sit in a bathtub, and then you have to get out of the bathtub. No, I never did. His suggestion was, and I was trying to not crack up with him, but I just looked and said, you have got to be kidding me. I said it would have taken 10 to get me out of a bath. It took, 3 of them to get me off the floor. It's going to take 10 to get me out of a bathtub. No, thank you. What am I supposed to put the donut that floats in? Oh, I was just like, you have got to be kidding me. I couldn't believe he was that serious. He was extremely serious about it. And I laughed at him. I didn't intend to, but I laughed at him. Maybe I shouldn't have laughed, but I thought it was the most ridiculous thing in the world. Anyway, it took about 6 weeks to heal, and I had a friend of mine who broke her tailbone twice. I just said, why? Once was enough. Yeah, I was just looking at him like, you've got to be kidding me. You want me to get into a hard bathtub? I was just like, no, please. I don't know if that's too much. I think so, right there. For the rays going down. I think that's too much. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. We're going to use this. I think we decided. Was this? No. Christina came in and ruffled myself up with everything. So I had everything kind of organized. Yeah, we're using this. We're using this for the... We're using this for the sky. I don't know if this is too light for that. I've got to go through this one day. Or maybe if I have it, I don't know. So we could do this. That's kind of nice. It's not too heavy. I don't think I have it in, like I did with this one. I don't think I have it. I need to go back through this fabric and reorganize it because it's a mess. It's a little, literally a mess. I just laughed at the guy. I was like, you gotta be joking me. I'm out of the bathtub, and you want me in no way. He was dead serious too. There's this. That kind of pale yellow. Or is it the same thing? Yeah, that's the same thing. I think that's a little bit brighter than this. I'm kind of thinking that the I've got to sit here and go through this. I guess reorganize it for a minute. We got this yellow. I don't know if I like that one. Got this yellow, which I don't think I like that. Nope, I don't like that at all. I'm not crazy about that, so that's going back there. We either have to choose between, I don't know if it, not the same. Either this yellow to go down there, but I think that's too light. I'm kind of liking this. I know what everybody thinks. Let me see. We also have this one, but I don't know if we want to do like flowers coming down from the sky, but we could do that one. This one, thinking I kind of like that. I think we may go with that. I was thinking if I had one like this in the thing, I would use that because that'd be the sun rays coming down. We also have, this is the hardest part about the whole thing, is picking out which ones to use. We can also do that though. It doesn't have to be yellow. We can do this too. I don't think I like that. Yeah. I don't like that. I don't think I want to do, I mean, I've got that gold that we got at the fabric store, but I don't think I want to use that. Because I think that would take away from the sparkly sun, and then you got the sparkly, whatever you call them. You know, I don't think I want to do that. I also have this, but I don't know about this. This would go better. New fabric we got today. We got that. Alternate them? Yeah. We could. Let's see. Oh, we do have it. Hold on a second. I found it. Yeah, I think this is it. Because then you have the rays like it's coming down. that's the one. I found it. So that's what I thought about doing. Because then you have the rays coming down, and then a second. Food. Food. No, I don't like that. No, I don't like that. I think if I did it, I would do this one coming down like this, and maybe breaking it up with this lighter one. I think you're going to need the lighter and the darker. I think that's the way to go. Yep, let's do that. So let's start with kind of, I think if we do this one, if we do this one in the middle, and then do this on this side near the hat, if we do this raise coming like down like here, and maybe kind of going around like this, and then we use this kind of maybe on this side. Well, I don't know. I don't think it's going to matter, actually. I don't think that's going to be too. So if we do solid, raise, solid, raise, and then solid, raise, so solid, let me put it here, solid, raise, solid, raise, solid, raise, solid, raise. That'll work out perfect, right? Solid, raise, solid, raise, solid, raise, solid, raise. No, it won't. Solid, raise, solid, raise, solid, raise, solid, raise, solid. So if I start with solid, may not be a bad combination. But still, I think I'll throw it off if I do. Decisions, decisions, decisions. I need one more notch in this to make it work. So let's go ahead and make another line going from here to here. And that will give us enough for it to be even. So we're going to do from here, in the middle of here, down. Which will not look bad. Okay? So then if we do that, we have solid, raise, solid, raise, solid, raise, solid, raise, solid, raise. So then we'll work out perfectly. And this is where even if you get one of our patterns and you're like, I am going to do something else and you need to make a cut, make a cut. It's your pattern, it's your creation. So let's start off with, what did I say? Solid here, raise, and solid. Okay. Let's start off with a solid piece. Let's see whether we're going to need to do our little trick tonight or not. Let me see where my white, that white piece of fabric, what a mess. I'm gonna straighten it up. It's, at least for right now, it's a little bit of a messy project, but it's okay. see this way. Let's see. I'm going to like this with this. I'll explain what I may have to do in a minute. See, now you can't see that, and well, I need to do it with this, because that's another thing I gotta see. Now, see, you're gonna see that purple behind it, so we're going to probably need to, with these lighter colors, do our trick. Yep, absolutely, 100%. So here's, guys, here's the test. So the test is this, okay? I got this because sometimes you're going to have some sheer stuff and you're going to need to do a little bit of work. So what you're gonna do, or what I'm hoping we're gonna do, right? I'm gonna get this piece cut. We've got several pieces of the white, okay? And you don't have to get them, it doesn't need to be exact. You're not looking for exact right now. You're just looking to cover your, so now I've got this like this. Now if I really wanted to be done, I would have taken that piece and done it and matched it up. That's not how I roll. Okay? Okay. Now, I would also be careful that you're in somewhat of a ventilated area before you spray this stuff. This is temporary craft basting stuff, but for your fabric, and I would move your project, for fabric like this, okay, that you're gonna kind of see through, okay, you're going to need to have something like this. And I've been looking at something because some people like to use tulle on their stuff, and you're gonna see right through your board. So this is temporary, just to kind of spray a little bit. I wouldn't spray a lot. Okay. Then you're going to take your other fabric and lay it on top somewhat and smooth it out. Okay? And then you're going to take this and put it on your fabric. If you need to iron it, you may have to iron it if it's all wrinkled. Okay? We're trying to get it into there, and we'll just see if it's going to come back up again. Now, I mean, if you can see, it's kind of sticking. It's not coming up. You're not going to need a lot because this is going to hold it. But now, and so I would suggest, I'll probably have to get some very thin white fabric. So if we have to kind of white, I may have to get some black for the darker colors. That way you are not seeing your purple board surrounding it. That worked great. So that's a win. So I will add that to the fabric list as well. Because now I'm not seeing the board through it, but you'll have to get, I would get some very, very thin white fabric. You're not going to need something that's going to be thick. You just need white because you're doubling up your fabric. So this way, and that seemed to stick pretty well. Like I said, once this is down and in its groove, I think it's going to be fine. I don't think you're going to have a problem with it coming up. I really don't. Just going to have to work with it a little bit. So I was kind of concerned if the alternative, if the temporary was going to work, but I think we're going to be okay. I think it's going to hold its shape. It's going to hold on there. But now, you know, you're seeing a true yellow instead of something that kind of has a hinge of this board through it. And there's some people that have used like tulle and stuff, which is a great fabric because it's light, it's got a shininess to it, especially if you get the ones that have the glitter to them. But, yep. But, or the shearer fabric, but you've got to be able to put something else behind it. It's a little harder to work with, but it stayed flexible. Now, one thing that I would do if you're going to do this, and I'll show you in a minute, just to kind of cover yourself. So at least we tried it tonight, and I'm glad I picked it up. But I've been looking, and I'm sure they have it on the Amazon. So I'll add it to the fabric list. I was just kind of, yeah, the problem is that there's nothing wrong with having to iron it. And they had ones that were iron issue where you were going to iron it on. The problem with that is now you have a fabric that most likely once you spray that on and you glue it, you're going to have a really stiff fabric. It's not going to be very flexible. And you somewhat have to have a little bit of flexibility when you're doing this and not stiffness. So if you have stiffness, then you kind of lost your edge. What I did with my white one. Blends in with the whiteboard. Oh. But I make sure you're in a ventilated area if you're going to do it. For sure. So it does take a little bit more work to kind of finagle it in there, but it's possible. It solves the problem of getting fabric that may be a little bit on the shearer side work. So, and I wasn't too sure if it was going to work, but I thought, well, I got to try it for y'all and let you know. And we found out it worked. But I'll have to get I've got some fabric that'll work with mocha. Just kind of excited to do the mocha, and I'm excited to do it with my daughter. I did do that, didn't I? Right there. I can see it. Let's see if I can cover that up before I have to do a patchwork on it, but I'm probably gonna, well, maybe not. No, that's the other part of it. It's not this part, is it? Can't tell. Let's just navigating it. It's going to take a little bit more work, I would say, to navigate that in there, but it's not impossible. Just take your time, guys. Take your time. This is not, I would tell you that with this, it's not about rushing. You know, take your time, take it slow. Don't have to rush it. It's not the point of this. The point is for you to enjoy it. We got something the other day, guys, when I was at the thing, and I'm saving it for someone special. And I actually have a project. I actually took it and made a Kinusaiga project out of it. I can't do the words. I'd have to figure out an alternative for that. But it really spoke to my heart. And I picked it up when we were at the lunch with my mother-in-law and my husband's grandmother. And but I think it speaks to this. And I made a pattern from it. And we're going to do a Kinusaiga project from it. Because it has truly been what this whole journey has been for me. And, you know, I said to Josh as we were kind of going to the mailbox today at our community, I said, I looked at him going, I wasn't supposed to go down this route. I was supposed to be all about yarn and not fabric. And, you know, we had just come back from the fabric store. And I was like, but that's not the route I was going. And sometimes life, and it's not that I'm giving up on yarn or giving up on crochet, not happening. This girl is going to be an avid crocheter, and I love doing blankets and all that kind of stuff. That's not quitting. That's not stopping. But this is definitely a new passion. I said, but this wasn't a road I was supposed to go down. But sometimes God or us go down a different path than we're expecting. But sometimes there's tremendous blessings down on that path. But I took this image and I took it into, I made a Kinusaiga. I just need to do the words. The words are going to be the one that I have to figure out how to make happen. But I saw this, and there was only 2 left, and I grabbed one, and I wish I grabbed 2, but this is for someone special. And we are doing a Kinusaiga project out of this. It said, the journey awakens the soul. And I really honestly think that I'm on a journey. I don't know where it's going to take me. I don't know how it's going to transform this channel. But sometimes we have to go down a journey in a way. And yes. And so I've gotten, I can't, I don't know, I'll have to rearrange the flowers and so forth, but I've actually taken this bird. It's on a pattern to do. I'll have to figure out how to be able to get the words on there, but if I had to tell you or express to you, for me, what this has been, this is what it is. This journey, for me, it's been a journey. Unexpected journey. But we're going to do a pattern. I've got the pattern. I just got to do it. But we're going to do a pattern with that bird. And I saw that. And I'm like, man, if that doesn't describe this whole thing, unexpected. I literally, and again, what I would do with some of this is I'd probably take my glue. I don't know if I do the whole thing. I don't know if the whole thing is necessary, but I would probably just put a little bit of glue down the side just to kind of enforce that, because we kind of had to double it up and it's temporary basting adhesive. I would just take it and just go down. I mean, it's tucked in. I don't think it's going anywhere, but I would just take your glue for this one, run it down, go in the corners a little bit, just as a layer of making sure that it's not going to go anywhere. I don't think it is. I think it's down there. But anyway, I just said that this has just awakened something in me, and I said to Josh when we were picking up the mail at our box, at our mailbox in our community, I said I wasn't supposed to go down this. This is not me. Fabric wasn't it. I wasn't supposed to do this. God had other plans. He put this on my heart in a very strong way. And now I've got Christina involved in this. She wants to do it. She wants to do craft shows. And she's talking about, we're talking about patterns with each other. And I'm like, this is just, I can't explain it, guys. I really can't. Other than there's a purpose and a plan. And if it inspires anybody on here to do this, if nothing else, if it inspires you, it inspires you to try something new, kind of go out on that limb and try something new, then please do. Don't, I think sometimes we're so afraid to try things because we're not quite sure how things are going to roll. And sometimes we're missing the blessing in the whole thing because we're so afraid to just try. If you fail at it, oh well. It's like that. I remember going on a train. Cincinnati has a train, a dinner train, and we took Christina on her 21st birthday on the dinner train, and there was these people. There was these like this a trio, and they were singing. Christina just was fascinated, and she said, I'm so afraid to try that because I'm so afraid that I'm gonna, that I'm not gonna be good enough and so forth. And the lady just looked at her and said, so what's the worst thing that can happen? You're gonna fall off the stage? You could, what's the worst thing? And she just started listing all the things that was the worst thing that can happen if she didn't try. She said, but what if you don't try? What will happen? And I just think that sometimes we need to kind of go outside of our comfort box. And if this for this girl who really isn't a fabric girl, not really somebody that enjoys sewing, can't draw worth a lick of anything. But here I am doing this. If it inspires you all to just pick up and do something, then I've done my job as far as I'm concerned. Nope, we gotta do it this way, which is totally opposite of what I did, but oh well. We're learning. Because it's gotta go up and down. See, this looks like it's sticking. There's a grip to it. There is a grip, but I would totally move your project out of the way so you're not getting that basting stuff on anything else. And see, we're gonna do this coming down. Now, can you see the difference in putting that white fabric behind this versus what it would have looked like if we hadn't put that white fabric behind? This would have been it. I don't like it like that because you've got the board coming through. You can see the board coming through. So you've got that. This just makes it look so much better. It absolutely does. So I will put this on the Amazon list. Basting, temporary. Oh, well, that's wonderful. And guys, go back and make a comment too. Temporary bond. If you've got a channel, you can put hashtag blessed in the chat. You want people to connect with your channel. But when you get done, make a comment on, when you get done with the live and we go off, because we do pay attention to people that make comments into the lives. we're done. We give channel shout outs on both this channel and Blessing Through Connection, which is our other channel, which we'll get back to once we get back to monetization. We were monetized. Unfortunately, I guess we left the partner program. I don't know how we did it. God only knows. YouTube says they can't find out because we left it voluntarily, even though I don't remember me or my mother doing it. So we absolutely we have this channel and the other channel. We give channel shout outs every day. So one of the places we go to find channels that we want to give channel shout outs is the comments. So if you go back in videos and make comments, then we look for that, and then I'll go look and go, okay, I'm going to give this channel a shout out or what have you. So and that leaves your calling card too as well, if you're trying to grow a channel. All the revenue for this channel, anything that comes through, absolutely goes to Mama. I just love doing this. I love crocheting. I love talking. I like connecting people together. I like building a community, and so that's my jam. And all the revenue from the channel goes to Mama. And the iCoffee is the only way to support us right now until we get back to monetization. I think we're sitting at 26. We've got like 1,400 watch hours to go. So anybody that can help us get the rest of them watch hours in so we can back to monetization, that would be very helpful. Can't tell you. I don't quite understand what happened, but it happened and we've been dealing with it. We don't care what we're doing here at Buster Crochet. We want you all connecting with each other and having the support of the community, and that's what we're doing. That's what we do. We want people coming together. So I will have to go back to the fabric store. I've got a little bit of that white fabric. See if I can find some really thin. I mean, that's pretty thin, but I'll have to find some like really thin white fabric to have on hand. And that I would buy probably a yard of. So that if we have to do that little trick, we've got some pretty thin fabric, white fabric to do. It just needs a little bit. But the difference in it is huge. So that will work. And, I think we can, I think that we forget how much. It doesn't take much to inspire each other to do stuff. It really doesn't. And it can be the littlest things that we can inspire each other. Maybe it is art. That reminds me, I gotta pick out a song because I'm supposed to do my food on the 16th. It can be a song. It can be the littlest things. Sometimes it doesn't take much, to inspire each other. We all have different abilities. We all have different things. And sometimes it's the littlest things that we are, realizing that we can inspire. We can make a difference. And sometimes it's just being there for each other and realizing the power of community and, being there and having the support of each other. It just makes such a difference, guys. You guys make a difference in my everyday life because I deal with chronic pain and I hurt a lot. But I can tell you that, and that's one thing I told the guy at the store today. I was talking to him about classes and I said, I have really enjoyed doing this because not that I haven't enjoyed crochet, I do tremendously. But this does help me when I'm really struggling in days. And it takes my mind off of it, off of my pain level, a little bit more than crochet does for some reason, sometimes. I don't know why, but it does. I think it's more because you're focusing a little bit. I think it's the concentration level, and you're spending more, you're being more detail oriented with it. But to do with that, because it looks like I've cut it and I can't tell. I may have to get the light on for it. That's one thing I would probably say too, to have, is especially when you're dealing with the dark colors, have a little flashlight. So if you think you've kind of hit a color, and like I said, these tools, like, they help, their precision tools for the glue. And sometimes they're really good. You have to be very careful with them, because sometimes they can go a little hard on the fabric. Sometimes you need that little bit extra in there. I can't tell whether I've cut this. I don't think so. Sometimes you just need these to kind of press a little harder, and it looks like I did. It looks like I did, but it doesn't look like I did. It's crazy. And sometimes too, if you need to, take the foam itself and just push it. I wouldn't push it too hard, but you can push it towards. Sometimes that is all it needs, is a little bit of kind of just redoing it. Sometimes that helps too. And sometimes you have to realize you're not going to be perfect. Even though we try to be. I try to be. I'm very critical of my work. Very. I do it in crochet. I've done it in cross stitch. I want it to be perfect, and I have to remind myself that I can't be perfect. I can be as much as I try, but I can't be perfect. And I think for somebody that's never done this before, I think I'm doing a pretty dang good job. So only my fifth one, I think. My fifth or fourth. I'm going to lose count. I should keep a little tracker. You know, I should keep like a little thing. I'm going to do that. Just kind of, I'll figure out how to do it. Something to kind of keep track of how many projects I've done. How many Kinusaiga projects. Because after a while, I'm going to lose count. To figure out how to kind of keep track of it. So I would try to get this to be, I gotta get it. I'm trying to cover up, as I can see, you all can't. I can see where there's a little bit of the board coming through. So what I want to make sure is that I've kind of, nothing else, I've sealed it from kind of coming back up. Sometimes those tools are great, and sometimes you gotta just take your seam ripper, and you can get like rounding it in a way. I can't explain it, but sometimes you need to kind of just come in and round it a little bit. And we're going to be most likely with this project, and maybe with others, outlining it. So I'm not totally worried, because it'll probably get covered up. And if you need to do a patch job, you can do a patch job. Not the worst thing that can happen. And also, sometimes you need to let the glue dry and leave it, which is not something that I can do very easily. I don't always be as patient. I'm a good teacher. I just couldn't believe yesterday when my daughter tried it. And I showed her once, and it was like, man, she was off to the races. That's not everybody, but she said, Mom, you could teach this in a class. She said, absolutely. I can't wait for you all to see what she's done. She's done I was floored this morning when I saw it. It's like, I'm hooked. So if you pick this up, I can't help it. I think that's as good as I'm going to get it. I may have to do patchwork, but I'm going to leave it for right now. I'm not going to touch it anymore because I keep messing with it. It's not going to dry. So see, sometimes you get a little bit yes, I can't wait to see it. I was really sometimes you get a little bit of and just take it and take your water. And I just notice it not on the lighter stuff but on the darker stuff. Sometimes I notice like a little bit of the residue of the glue, but I also notice if I just take water and so forth, it usually just gets rid of it. But I'll wait till it dries a little bit before I do it. So it's dry over here. Just take my hand and I just rub it. And usually it goes away. If you notice that there's a residue on it. We have to just take a little bit of. We'll let that lie, and then I may have to take a little bit of the other. But for right now, it'll work. It will be fine because we're most likely going to outline everything anyway, so I'm not worried. And again, because we've just done the two fabrics together, I would just take a little bit of your glue and just hit the sides just a little bit, just to make sure you've got a little bit of especially around the sun, you just got a little bit of insurance. And then I think we're gonna do this, and then I think what time is it? Like I said, it is so hard. Oh, it's 10:50. It's not too bad. I've only been here for I don't do this very well. I don't stop very well. Well, I think after this one, I'm going to call it quits for tonight. Or it's solid. And I could go to sleep, I think. I'm tired. Shouldn't be tired, but it's part of fibromyalgia life. I think that's a good. I think that we just, I think there's just so much junk in the world today. There's so many people doing this and doing that, and you got people on the YouTubes and all that kind of stuff, and you think they're coming into lives and they're being trolls, and I just think to myself, why? Can we inspire some good? We have to, there's enough stuff out there in the world today. Let's inspire some good. And we can inspire each other to do stuff and pick up this or pick up that. And I just don't think we do it enough. I've never quite understood never quite understood trolls. I think to myself, you all, what is the purpose of it? Which is fine. Come into any live, be a troll. Guess what? You're helping me. You think you're not, but you are. Come in. Go ahead and type all the stuff in the world. As long as you're respectful, I don't care. Because they don't realize they're actually helping. They come in and they run your stuff, and it's like, go ahead and run it. You're helping me. You know, they may think you're not, but you are. I just don't understand it. Do so much better with our lives than making fools. Just never understood it. Can't understand it. I'm like, I want to talk to people. I don't want to make. I just don't understand it. I just think we can do so much in helping people and just being there for people and, you know, supporting each other and getting through this thing we call life and, you know, blessing others. I just don't understand it. I don't get it. I mean, I sat there with the person today at the what was it, at the fabric shop, and he just said to me, he goes, well, he said, you know, the lady who's teaching something, it was a beautiful jacket. I mean, it was beautiful on how to do it and everything. And I'm like, and she said, I guess there's only one person that signed up for the class. And she said to the gentleman, I guess they're going to try it again. But she just said, well, it's not worth my time, which is fine. It's her time and so forth, and to be there and do it with just one person signing up for the class. So I'm like, listen, I'd go for one person. And he looked at me kind of funny when I said that. And I said, if I have to, which means I have to kind of write the lady and see if she would be interested in get the pattern and the supply list and everything. Which means we may be doing a pumpkin pattern like in the next couple of weeks. If I'm going to do something that's kind of like a, you know, pumpkin pattern, and I have to know how much fabric and all that kind of stuff, I may have to do pumpkin in July. You know, but my point of it is I sat to him and I said, oh, I come for one person. And he looked at me kind of funny, and I was like, but to me, this is something that, you know, if somebody came and learned, mind you, if somebody came and learned and maybe had a teenage daughter that maybe was off for school or something like that and came and learned, or was able to go home, and once they got the knack of it, was able to sit down with their daughter and have fun at the table and so forth and so on. You know what I mean? I'm like, I would sit with one person. I'll bring my stuff. We'll do it together. We'll have fun. We'll laugh. We'll talk. I'll show them how to do it. And guess what? That one person's going to go home from that class and say, oh my goodness gracious, to another friend who's going to say, I went to the Country Fabrics and I took a class about Kinusaiga, and you got to try this. And the person, they're doing another class on that in next month. We should go together, right? And do a different project the following time, the next time, right? So that one could spread the word about that to someone else, you know? And it's like, you know, this is not, and the thing about it is, the people that are there, they're, you know, they come into that shop for quilts and all that kind of stuff. There are quilters that have leftover fabric scraps that this would be the ideal thing for them. Maybe they don't have any idea what to do with their fabric scraps. Well, now I'm going to show them exactly what they could do with it. You know? And so it's like, I just looked at them and said, I come in for one person. I'd have my mom, she'd have to help me. you know, and I'd have to go and do it, and of course Mama would get the revenue for it because, you know, she would come with me and I would show people how to do it. Mama would be there, but, you know, Mama would get the revenue, and I'd be hurting like heck for the next couple of days. But I would go in for one person and show them how to do it. Absolutely 100%. I'd be, as far as I'm concerned, it would be for me really fun to do. Mama would get the revenue for it, which is exactly what I want. I don't want the revenue. I want her to get it. Because for me, the fun part of it would be sitting with somebody and showing them how to do it and having them catch on and having them see their designs and talk and chat. That would be, to me, like amazing. And if it was like from 10 to 6, right? So forth, I would be hurting the next day. Probably for a couple of days I would be hurting. There's no doubt about it. I know it now, even talking about it. I know for sure I'd be hurting for a couple of days. Would it be worth it? I just said to him, I said, well, to me, I'd come for one person. Because that one person is going to go back after taking it going, my goodness gracious, I learned something today. And it's pretty cool. And then they're going to inspire from there. You know? So he was kind of surprised. I said I come from one person. Because people are not going to necessarily get the gist of this until they sit down and do it. You know, you put this together in some kind of advertisement, in the sense of you put it together and you would tell people that it's Kinusaiga and that you're tucking fabric and you're making pictures. They're not going to get it till they get the seam ripper in their hand. I'm sorry, you don't get it. You get it watching it, and it's absolutely fascinating to watch. But until you start, and he said to me, he's like, well, then you would sell your pattern. And I said, well, we do our own pattern. I said, we do our own patterns. And I would come with the foam board already cut and ready to go, so that the pattern was already cut out, and all they had to do was start tucking fabric in. Now this, I can say, having the two fabrics is a little bit more challenging to get it tucked. It's not impossible. I would not, first of all, I wouldn't be using this method for thick fabric. If you don't see the fabric through, if you don't see the foam board through the fabric, you're golden. Like the green, there's no reason to put an extra one. There's a reason to do it for this, for the yellow. But there's no need to do it for the hat. There's no need to do it for the green. It's not done yet, guys. I know you want to. It's not done. She's done. Anyway, I would be very cautious when doing this. I would not. Well, not cautious. If you can't see the purple fabric through, or the purple. Josh says it's pink. I think it looks purple. He says this is pink, and I think, to me, it looks purple. Right? They say bless you, Mama. Mama, they said bless you.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
If you put your fabric up and you cannot see board behind it, there is no need for you to do this step. This is only coming into play if you can see the purple foam board behind. That is the only time you need to do it. If you absolutely can't see it, there is no need for this step. I wouldn't bother with it. Is it a little bit more challenging? Yes. So your fabric, this fabric, right, has got to be thin. So does that one. So does the one you're putting as your bottom part. It's got to be thin. So I probably will be trying to go there and see if they have very thin white fabric, so that I could get very thin white fabric to put as just as a thing, for it to have as an actual thing. But you have to make sure that it's thin, because if you make it too thick, you're not going to get the fabric in the foam board. It's got to be thick or thin. Sorry, not thick. So I would try to find white fabric that's very thin. It's doable. It's just going to take a little bit of finagling to make it work. But I think that looks 10 times better with having the two fabrics on the top versus just having the one. Absolutely 100%. And I like that we're alternating the colors, because I think that absolutely kind of minimizes. I think if we had done all of it in that color, if we had done all of it in this, it would have been way too much. Yes, it had been way too much for us. And I don't know when we do the blue whether or not, I don't think, I don't think you're going to need the blue. And that's with the blue behind there. That's with that. I don't think you're going to need, see with the blue, even though it kind of looks a little thin, you're not going to need the blue to have a white background behind it. But on some of these, like this one, right, you see that, and then you see, not that I'm using this for anything, but I'm just trying to say, see the difference? You see that? Like that. And then you put that white behind it, and you see the difference? So a good determination of whether you need to put your white behind it is flip your project over and just put it up to your project and say like this. And then you take your white and put it to the white and go like this. And then if you're working with a fabric that looks a little thin, you're going to be able to determine, that would be an absolute must, or that would be something that would look good. You're going to be able to determine whether or not you're going to need a white in the background. Or another thing you could do is get a neutral color. And I don't think I have it. Like a beige color almost. You could do that. I mean, this isn't beige, but that's not the right kind of thing. I'm talking like an ivory or a beige color. This would be it. You could see it through. But you could also do a beige. That's not a good beige thing. Like a very, very neutral color if you didn't want stark white. You know, like a tan, but a very, 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 very light tan. But I will go back there and see if I can find, not this week, a very, very thin white, so that I could get it, and then that way would have it. I have several of this white, you know what I mean? Of this white that's thin, but then after I get done with it, I'm not gonna have any. So if we come across some fabric that we wanna use, but it just needs that white behind it, we can. I don't think, I think a majority of the time, you're gonna need white behind it. I just don't see, I don't see you at any other time needing, I mean, maybe black, but it would just be very rare. I mean, to me, that would just darken everything. I've got to go through this mess. Like this is another example. When you put it to there and it looks okay, you put this on top and you experiment with, the color kind of comes through that way, in a way that without this on the back, you're gonna kind of, it's just, you're gonna kind of see that board a little bit. So, you know, but like if you're using this color, right, you're not gonna need that. That's gonna cover up. We've used this color before, this one. Well, I've made a mess of that thing now, right? This, we've used this color before. I've lost my white, right? But putting the white behind it, look what happens. You can really see everything pop without seeing the board. And I think even the fabric that we have loved from Walmart, where is it? Is that the one? No, that's the one I got from, yeah, the fabric we've gotten from Walmart. It depends how you want it used. If you want it looking like a little bit like it worked on this project. But, and this is a little thicker. That's why I need to find the white. This is the stuff from Walmart. This is what this happens to be. It kind of has a gray, it kind of gives it a little bit of a muted tinge to it. But if you wanted this a much more brilliant thing, you would want to put this, you see the difference? If I wanted that goose to be bright white, see the difference? So the best way to decide whether or not you are going to need to add and do this step with this basting adhesive stuff is take your whatever it is, put it on the back side of your project, just flip your project over, and then test it out and see if you need to do it. I don't think this is coming up at all. And I was kind of concerned when it's in temporary. I thought it's gonna come up. But that would not have looked as good if we had not put that weight behind it. Absolutely. So I will go one day and go to the store, back to the fabric store, which I don't think I'm done going back there. I think I'm just starting. And if I find a very thin white, it'd have to be pure white and have to be very thin. I don't think even this one we got, which is a solid color, I mean, even this, I would say it'd be too thick. Even this would be on the thicker side. I don't think I'd want the white. I'd have to go look at what the white looks like, but I'd want to get it very thin. Something as thin as this or thinner. Because I can see through this just by holding it. You can see the whole pattern through that. So you got to pick a white that's going to be very on the thin side. Absolutely 100%. In order to do this trick. But it's a good thing to know, and it's a good thing that I tried it for y'all to know that the basting thing works. because I don't know if you can tell from the goose, and I liked it. That's why I kept it. But the goose in itself kind of has a little bit of a grayish tinge to the white, which works out really good for the goose because I didn't want the goose's dark white. It just wasn't going to work for various reasons. So I was fine with the goose kind of having a little bit of a tinge of kind of like a grayish white to it, and having that because of it. And even with the cloud, I didn't want a bright white cloud. I kind of like that little bit. But I know now that if I want that fabric to be a little bit whiter, it's putting a white behind it. You just have to, two things you have to be careful of. You have to take a little bit more time with it, and you have to be very careful about making sure that you're kind of tucking and then getting kind of close to the edge, so that you're putting it down and you're tucking. You're putting it down and then making sure that you're tucking enough in to get a good grip, and then you got to cut a little closer to the edge because that's a lot of fabric to go in that hole, into the edges. And then I would take just a little bit of glue and just run it down the sides just to make sure that you're putting that extra insurance there. But that's the trick. And I will put these in the fabric list. I will put this. If you're loving, oh, you can't see it because I got no camera. I'm going to put this in the fabric list. This is the roll of the backing for the Kinusaiga. This stuff, it's on there, the 3M. This is 12 by 5 yards. I figured we would use it. So I will put that in, and then I will also put these in. This is the backing we're going to try. This is actually the stuff that you line your jewelry drawers with. And I figured this would be easier than the felt. It's thinner than the felt. The felt, the past couple times I put it on, it's a nice solution. But even the sticky felt is a little bit thin. Or thick. This is much more thin. It's kind of like a velvety felt. It's got the sticky stuff on. And it's a pretty good amount of stuff. I forgot what size it was. So it'll do several projects. And I think it only cost about $13. But it is, it's like a velvety felt that you would line like your what is it? Your jewelry drawers with. So my color is purple. That's my standard color I'm going to put on the back of mine. And then for Christina's, she wanted to do hers in you'll be filling your shopping cart later. Oh gosh. This is, and I will put it on there. I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know how it will be, but I'm kind of liking it so far because it's a thinner thing. Now, Christina wanted blue, and I chose to go with darker colors for this because my theory is that, and so I got navy blue. It almost looks black, but it's not. It's a really pretty navy blue. It's a dark navy blue. If you see it, it kind of has a little bit. It's a dark navy blue. It's really pretty. But I chose to go with the navy. I know it looks black, but it's not. It's navy blue. So it's a little bit darker, but it's a navy blue for the back of hers, versus going with aqua, which is what we had talked about, or turquoise, which is her colors. And the reason I chose darker colors instead of going the lighter colors is you have to realize this is going to be on the back of a wall. People may hang it on the wall, it may go on the counter, And you want whatever you're going to put on the back of here that is going to get some wear and tear on it, to be able to, if it gets a little bit of a scratch or a dirt mark on it or whatever it is, you're not necessarily going to see it. They've got this in blue, purple, black, different colors. You can go with beige and all that. I would probably tell you not to. They've got brown. I would just think that this is going to be on a wall, possibly, right? Getting scuffed up, or it's going to be laying down someplace. This is where people are not necessarily going to be turning your work over and going like this, right? This is where you're going to get the brunt of your wear and tear on it. People are going to be very careful because this is the picture side of it. So whatever you choose to put on the back, think about that for a moment. I thought, if I choose an aqua or a teal color, as beautiful as that is, that's going to draw in the dirt. It's going to get dirty easily. You know, it's going to have the wear and tear on the back of it if it's hanging on the wall. So think about that when you're looking at this. And I will, and we did try to get cutters. I thought it would work. Those little handheld shears, the miter shears, those have to go back. They're not going to work at all. So we have to actually order a miter, like this little handy dandy inexpensive miter saws for the paint sticks, because it's not going to work for us to do that. So as soon as we get that, we will then try this and see how I like laying it. Before I will put it on the merch, the shopping list, but and I will put this stuff on the shopping list too. But we will determine as soon as we do our first one, which is the flag, whether I like laying it on there or not. I'm thinking I'm going to. Like I said, I love the felt, but the felt just seemed really thick. And even this stuff I got, which I had to tape on, there's just a thickness to it that I'm dealing with, but I'm not necessarily liking it. And this is, you see, it's got a pretty heavy thickness, and you put it on, and even the stick-on stuff is even thicker for some reason. It's just, and this is thin, and it's like a velvet going on the back. So we'll see whether I like it. I think I'm going to, but I'm not making any judgments till I try it, because I don't know what it's going to be like. But I got it to test it out. And I thought, if I don't like it, then I'll let you all know about it. Right? That's what my job is here to do, is tell you whether I like it or not. So I'm going to I'm going to go off to beddy buys before I lose my voice. Gotten this far done. This was a lot of work right now. Oh, I forgot this little tiny piece. Oh no, we can't have that. We cannot have that. No. We're supposed to be done with that, and I totally missed the boat on that. Let's get done with this part there. Little tiny piece. I want to see. Little tiny. We'll finish that. I told you, one more piece, and one more piece, and one more piece. But I thought we were done with that. That's why I got it put together. Put it back. Yeah, the famous one more piece. So I may get it done tonight, and I may not. We'll see. But I got to add it to the stuff added to the project list, the pattern list. But I'll add. Oh. I think I have it too big. Oh well. It is what it is. I will put in our fabric saver side that if I cut it too big, I can cut it out later if need be. I gotta get done with this part. I thought I was all done with the darn leaves, Mary. So we have to order a little miter saw. We tried to get. I looked on the a YouTube channel or something. I'm not blaming anybody, but they said, "Oh yeah, miter shears will work to cut wood." Well, it didn't work for the paint stick, so they are in. They are in the. They are going back to Amazon, and we will order a little miter thing. Josh saw something on the Amazon for down the road, but we're not there yet. So it was so funny. It's like, and if we get this, then I can like build actual wood shadow boxes and all that. I'm just like, okay. I'm glad that he is, you know, for him to get excited about that kind of stuff makes me thrilled, because I know he feels like he with his disabilities, he'd love to be working. He'd love to be able to work on cars, and the fact that he's helping me with the boards and cutting the boards and excited about it, it just makes my heart happy. Very, very happy. I'm thrilled to see it. But, I said to him, well, we've got to get the little miter box. It costs like $10 on Amazon. And we have to get that, and we're going to order that. Because not everybody can do the other one. Eversaw he wants to eventually get. That's down the road. But I said, if you guys want to do paint sticks for your borders, as an option, along with doing the cardstock option, at least if you had a miter box, you can cut it yourself. I thought, well, the miter shears will work. Well, no, they don't. But everybody can order a little miter box and cut the paint sticks relatively easily. So he said, well, I saw on the YouTubes that somebody used the miter shears, and we both tried to cut it, and it was a fail. So if you're looking at that versus a miter box, don't even bother, because it's not going to work. But, miter box will work. Should work for you to cut if you want to do paint sticks as an option for you to use for framing. Miter box will work. And that way, so I think tomorrow we will try very hard to get the rays done. And this little goose is coming along, and then the eyes should be here tomorrow. So that'll be something to hopefully see how the eyes are going to look. And then we can start on the teapots, the teacups, because that's for Mama's. Figure out when Christina still has hers, and I still have to get her all the fabric for Mocha. But Mocha's going to be easy. Mocha's going to be black. Mocha's not really black. She's like black and brown. It's crazy. I've got to find the right fabric. Well, I'm so glad. I really like the goose. I was telling Christina today, because she was talking, she was telling me, she goes, I had to do some finagling with something. We got to change part of the pattern here. I said, Christina, that's what you're kind of doing right now. I said, you're the tester of this pattern that I did for you. And I said, then we'll put it up on her merch store. She has a merch store for her channel. And I said, but you're the tester. So I said, you're telling me what I need to fix in it before I can get it. So we have to make some corrections in hers. And I said, then once you get it, you'll be putting it up. But I said, she was able to figure out how she had to finagle something today. And I said, well, the fact that you're figuring it out without me there is amazing. But it was really cool how she did it. I have to walk this a little carefully. I won't be able to pull it so hard because I just kind of pulled it out of the socket. I said, you're the tester. I said, you're testing the pattern as we speak. And I said, that's what we're doing here, is we're testing all these patterns. So you guys, if you want to get the goose, you get the goose and you want to do it yourself, we'll have gone through all the things and realized, hey, we needed to change this or that about it. So I said, we're the testers of all these patterns right now. And I just really encourage everybody not to be, I just really encourage you to not try. It's very hard. I was listening, there's a gentleman, his name is Kevin Colby, and he does amazing stuff. He talks more on the YouTube side about if you're trying to do a channel and editing and filmmaking and all that kind of stuff. And he has a disabled son. But he was talking about kind of, where, not to be trying to do perfection. That the biggest way to kind of get over your fear of going live is, of course, to do lives and go live. And that if you have a live and you like I'm doing right now, and all those things, right? Leave them in there. They're natural. If somebody coughs or sometimes I bump the camera or whatever it is, that makes it human. There's a human element to that. And that we have come into a position of everything has to be perfect. And you can't have mistakes and you got to have everything perfect. And it's like, no, so don't try to sit here with this and say, okay, it's got to be perfect. It's not going to be. There's going to be times where it's not going to be. And if you try to make it perfect, you've then taken out the human element, and you might as well have done it on a machine, right? I mean, that's really the gist of it. You might as well have just put it through a machine and done it. I'm trying to get this piece to, it kind of is loose, and so I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to make it perfect, but I'm also trying to keep it from kind of falling off the side. So, don't try to get perfect. Have its little kooky side. The mouth for the goose doesn't come out right, so it's got a crooked mouth. I mean, that's the elements that don't make it coming off a machine. And one thing I said to Christina today again is she picked a pattern. I can actually show you what it is. I have a copy of it. I forgot. Okay. I'll show you. I'm trying to get this to, I just don't want it to fall off. Not that it has to. I'm trying not to make it perfect, but I guess I'll have to, trying to get it to glue together while we're holding it. Okay. Just because I like it where it's sitting when it is, but trying to get the glue to cooperate with me. Anyway, this is the pattern. Well, I'm sitting here holding this for a minute. That's the pattern. Okay? Now, it's something with Avatar or Earthbender or something like that, right? Fandom stuff that she does. This is her choice for her first pattern she's ever done. And we've had to make some corrections in this. But that's the choice for the pattern. It's not an easy pattern by any stretch. I would never recommend this for somebody that's never done Kinusaiga before. But this is the first one she wanted to do. And she's doing an excellent job for one that is not something that should have been her first pattern. Not one at all. It's not going to go like I want it, but it'll be fine. It's better than it was. Yep, that was her first choice of patterns. You should see her fire in it. It's really cool. She did a really good job with the fire. So for me, honestly, I could have probably pulled that pattern out very easily. It wouldn't have been that hard for me. But it's because I've done several of these. You know, when we first started the other day and I was going through it with her, she goes, "Oh, let me start with the fire." And I said, "No, that's not where you want to start." Hold on a second. I'm just trying to clean this up before it dries. If I don't, it'll be... trying to kind of get it so it's not... I want to clean it up before it dries. A little bit. Anyway, okay. So that was the pattern she picked. And when she started it, and she gave me something, I've taken the image and I've made the pattern out of it. So when she wanted to start here with the fire. I said, "No, you need to start on the outlining parts first. Then you start with the fire." Because I knew if she started in here, right, that was going to be very challenging versus her doing these blocks here. And we actually had to make a correction. We did this one, then she did this one, but I think with this one it actually had to be where we had to make another cut somewhere along here. I can't remember exactly where it was, but I'll look on the pattern, I'll be able to figure it out. But this is where it's not an easy pattern. There's a lot of cuts and there's a lot of curves and everything. It's not an easy pattern to do. And this part on the very bottom this has to be thicker. And she said I broke this piece off, but I glued it back together and I managed it. When I saw it, there were edges that she cut the fabric too tight, and too close to the edge, and you saw it. There was a little bit of fray edges in places and so forth. But she's learning. But the fact that she picked this one and she's doing it, and she did it, and when she left, she had had, I had part of this white done. I think she had all the white done. She'd started on the fire. She wasn't finished with it yet. When I saw it this morning, she had done this entire panel and had started down here on the bottom. It's not an easy pattern, but she's taken it on, and my point of it is this. And I said to her, You're going to get done with this pattern. You're going to see your imperfections in this pattern, your mistakes within this pattern, and you're going to, I pointed some of them out, not to criticize her, but to just show her how to make it even better. But I said, when you get done with it, don't throw your hands up at it and say, oh my goodness, I'm not that good at it. I said, because you may have to do several of them, like I did with the rose, and then I did the blessed one, which I still have to figure that one out. And then I did the flag, and I even got my confidence. Then I've done this goose here, and then I started working on this one for Facebook, and this is even better. As every one that I'm doing, I'm getting better and better and better. So don't just throw up your hands and say, I'm not that good. You can't do that with the first one. So, you have to take this and realize I'm learning. I'm getting better. One step by one step, I'm getting better. Yeah. We're just starting to do a little bit on Facebook so I can grow the audience over there and bring them over here and let them see what we're doing, and plus, so forth and so on. Oh, anyway. Of course I keep saying that, right? It's 11:30. It never fails. I'm gonna stop saying I'm only gonna be on here for a little bit. I'm done. Oops, ouch. I'm gonna stop saying that. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna be out here as long as, like my great grandmother with that relative that she had never met, and he came down and he said, "Well, Lizzie, she came down for breakfast." And Lizzie said to him, she said, "Well, when are you going to get dressed and get ready?" Never met her before. And he said, "Oh, when the spirit moves me." And she said, "Oh, when the spirit better move you awfully quick, because you're not getting yourself fed until you get yourself all cleaned up." So I should just say, we're going to do this for as long as the spirit moves us. It's the way to go, right? Oh, but again, guys, I don't care what we're doing. I don't care if we're working on this. I don't care if we're on a field trip. I don't care if we're doing crochet. I don't care if we're just sitting out chit-chatting or talking. I just hope that I can get people to, me too. I never met her, but I really wish I'd had the opportunity. I just really hope I can get people to understand. You don't have to, it's not something that you have to sit there and say, oh, I want to do this. No, you don't have to do that. But if you just come in here and start chit-chatting, you're going to make friends, you're going to build community, you're going to connect and grow. And that's the whole point of it. That's what this channel is meant to be. It's not, it's not just for people that crochet. Like I said, you don't have to, we're going to crochet that connection. You don't have to know how to crochet. You never have to pick up a crochet hook. It's not for people that go, oh, I have to be in the Kinusaiga. No, you don't have to be in that. You just have to be you. And you have to stand tall and proud and being you. And if people don't understand it and don't get it, that's their problem. Not yours. And I still struggle with that because I want everybody to like me, and and that's impossible. Find your clique, find your group, and then they'll take you on, they'll embrace you 100%. So I just hope I can get people to understand that they don't have to do this to be in here connecting with each other. It's got to be themselves. Come in, chit chat. I don't care, what your niche is, and that's one thing that I honestly frustrates me a little bit, because I think that sometimes YouTubers sit there and say, well, my niche is cruising, or my niche is gardening, or my niche is this, or my niche is that. And then what happens is that they think that they got to stay within that niche to grow. Actually, that's the opposite. I'm into homesteading channels. I'm into, crafting channels. I'm into, people like Sunrise Dawn. Of course, sometimes by the time I get off live and she's come on live, I'm too tired to talk. But if people would realize that if they will come into all different kind of niches, crochet, gardening, homestead, I don't care what your niche is, go into things that are things that are not things that you are doing. Don't come in trying to throw your channel in and promote that way. Just come in and talk. You're going to find that if you go into homesteading channels and gardening channels, I've got into car channels and fishing channels, all different kind of things. You're going to meet a wide range of people. If you stay in your little niche, you're limiting your pool of people. I'm telling you. My biggest tip to anybody that is trying to grow a channel, get outside your niche. Step outside your comfort zone, because you will meet some amazing people, and I have, through going outside of my niche. And I'll go on anybody's thing and show them this, because I think it's extremely fascinating. I think I've hooked a couple people on, and I just hope I can continue inspiring and hooking other people on. So anyway, I'm gonna get off here. I may come on tomorrow. We'll see. Most likely. I can't seem to stay away from this. I want to see the goose done. We probably can get done with the sun rays in at least this section tomorrow, and then Friday we could finish the rest. We can try. At least like this section here tomorrow, and then this section here on Friday. And then move on. Oh, I'm gonna have to make, I see where, wait. And I realized I'm not done with the bush on this side either. That's tomorrow. I'm not doing any more tonight, I promise. But we have to make another cut here. I just saw it. And while I'm realizing that, because it's not gonna work to kind of come, there we go. There's my pattern. I just saw it and I thought I better correct it while I can. Where did I put my pattern? I lost it. No, it's right here. Really. I didn't see it before. I gotta fix it before I get in there. Let's see, from where did I go? From here to here. It has to be a cut, because it's not. I'm not going to get all the way around here. This is going to happen. All right. So I'm going to get off here. Yes. Well, I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful, and I'm so glad people hang out. And I really do wish that people would. We're going to get there. If I can get people to understand, they don't have to do this, they don't have to crochet, but guys, come in and chit chat and build your community of people. It's all about that. Whenever we go live, it's all about that. It's all about building community and connecting with each other. This is not for everybody, but I think this is for a lot of people. Crochet is not for everybody. You know. Can't stress it enough. If you are a pain patient, get your hands into something, because it is being in pain 24/7 is hard. It's not fun. It is just, I wouldn't wish it on anybody. It's not fun, but you got to get your hands busy and into something, because sitting there saying to yourself, my goodness, this hurts, you got to get your hands busy. So anyway, gonna get off here. We will come on tomorrow and Friday. I will get a schedule. Well, see, the problem is that, well, what I think what I'm gonna do is I'll schedule a live for 7 o'clock for and Friday and what's the date? Friday and or Thursday and Friday. And then what I've been doing with the thumbnails, updating the picture so people can see the progress. But even if I have to update it after the live, at least it'll be up there. So I think that's what I'm going to start doing. It's like I'll take a picture of this tonight, update, and then I can always take a picture of it tomorrow night and then change the thumbnail real quick. But at least it'll be scheduled. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Hugs right back to you, my friend. I'm going to see you all later. I love each and every one of you. I'm going to go to bed. I'm tired. And the goose needs a break. It needs to sleep. And we get the eyes tomorrow, so we'll see how those work. I'll let you know. I may update the list tonight. I may update the list tomorrow. Who knows what I will do? I'll figure it out. That's for sure. And then I'm going to organize my fabric a little bit before I go to bed. Get all this stuff taken care of. But we'll do it. All right, y'all. Remember my famous saying, be proud of being you, because everyone else is taken. Keep crocheting that connection. No crochet hook is required. We have you covered. Thank you so much for having us covered. And we'll see you tomorrow as we keep progressing on the goose. And then we have to outline the goose. That should be interesting to see how that's all going to turn out. But anyway, I love you all. Have a great night. Be blessed. Go do something. Inspire somebody. And just be yourself and build your community. It is so important. Connection really does make a difference, y'all. I love y'all. I'll see you tomorrow. And bye-bye for now. And then I got to flip you up so I can say goodnight. Well, I can't find it there, but